Hey guys, picture this. You're crouched in a dank castle cellar, the air thick with the sour bite of rotten cheese and candle smoke, and the walls whisper the scandalous gossip of a queen who married her own uncle. Because in the Middle Ages, family reunion took a very literal, very uncomfortable turn. Before we plunge into the twisted genealogies of the most inbred women ever to sit on a throne, smash that like button if you love a good historical scandal, and drop a comment telling us which dynasty makes your family gatherings look sane. Now dim the lights, maybe grab a sturdy mug of mead, and let the chill of stone corridors settle over you as we step into a world where succession rules felt more like a game of genetic roulette. You'll feel the weight of jeweled coronets and the stale scent of power play perfumes as we untangle the blood-soaked branches of Burgundy, England, and the Holy Roman Empire. Think it's just a medieval soap opera. Think again. Here's where fact smacks you harder than a squire's flail, and the reality is darker, messier, and oddly relatable to the awkward family reunions we all dread. The stone walls of Eldoria's whispering hall shivered under a cold dawn, as if the very mortar remembered the size of 1,000 ancestors. In that vaulted gloom, a midwife slapped a newborn's cheek and declared the arrival of Lady Isolde, the newest link in a chain of cousin-married monarchs. Her cry rose like a war drum echo, startling the tapestry of wolves that hung over the fireplace. Servants whispered that the air tasted of iron and rosemary, the scent of both battle and bridal bouquets. The kingdom's chroniclers already penciled her name beside the cursed lineage that had turned marriage into a genetic roulette. The court erupted in a cacophony of clinking goblets, lute strings, and the occasional wheeze of a drunk lord who thought the baby's cry was a new tavern song. Bakers shoved steaming loaves into the hall, their yeasty perfume battling the lingering odor of horse sweat from the royal stables. Lords in silk and armor raised their cups, toasting to blood that runs thick and true, while a nervous scribe scribbled the toast in ink that threatened to bleed through the parchment. Children darted between pillars, giggling at the notion that their future queen might inherit a double-headed dragon from her grand uncle's side. Yet beneath the laughter, a thin thread of dread twitched, like a cat eyeing a mouse in the shadows. Old Lady Marwyn, who remembered the day her great-grandfather married his sister's daughter, leaned on her cane and muttered about the curse of the tangled vines. She claimed the family's veins were so knotted that a single drop of blood could tell a dozen stories, most of them about broken hips and mysterious fevers. The court's jesters tried to lighten the mood, juggling apples that looked suspiciously like swollen lymph nodes, an odd choice that earned a nervous chuckle. Ironically, the kingdom's best physicians, who wore white robes like modern doctors on TV, whispered that Isolde might be the one to finally break the pattern, as if she were a medieval version of a superhero destined to save the day. The irony was thick enough to cut with a butter knife, and the hall seemed to hum with the tension of a sitcom cliffhanger. Even the court's resident minstrel, a lanky fellow who claimed he'd once played for a dragon's birthday, slipped a sly line about Game of Thrones meets The Sims, but with more incest and fewer save buttons. The audience roared, half in amusement, half in disbelief that anyone could find humor in a lineage that resembled a tangled knot of spaghetti. A nervous page slipped a goblet of spiced wine onto the floor, and it shattered, spraying crimson droplets that glistened like tiny rubies on the marble. an accidental reminder of the bloodlines that ran through every noble's veins. The smell of burnt incense mingled with the metallic tang, making the hall feel like a medieval spa gone terribly wrong. Yet the laughter persisted, a coping mechanism as ancient as the hall's stone arches. When the fanfare finally faded, the whispering hall seemed to lean in, its ancient stones murmuring secrets only the walls could hear. Lady Isolde, swaddled in a blanket embroidered with the family crest, a double-headed eagle clutching a crown, gazed up at the flickering torches, her eyes reflecting both innocence and the weight of generations. The courtiers bowed, their shadows stretching like elongated fingerprints across the floor, each one a reminder that destiny was a heavy, sometimes greasy, cloak. In that moment, the hall's name felt prophetic. Every brick seemed to carry a sigh, a warning, a promise that the girl's future would be whispered long after the candles burnt out. And so, with a mixture of reverence and a smirk, the kingdom welcomed its most inbred princess, ready to watch history repeat itself, or finally break the cycle. The great hall of Castle Thorn throbbed with the clatter of armor and the sweet rot of spilled honeyed wine as Isolde stepped into her 16th year. Her dark hair was braided with copper thread, catching the torchlight like a crown of midnight fire. Lord Marek, her stern father, announced with a grin that's sharp enough to cut a goose that she would wed Prince Alaric, her first cousin, to keep the royal blood as pure as the snow on the northern peaks. He lifted a goblet of spiced mead, declaring the union a pact of kin, a phrase that sounded like a medieval version of a Netflix binge-watch agreement. The courtiers exchanged uneasy glances, as if someone had just whispered that the castle's ancient tapestry was actually a Wi-Fi router. Murmurs rippled through the marble corridors like rats scurrying over stale cheese. Lady Brenna, whose nose could sniff out a plot from 3 chambers away, clutched her fan and warned that the blood of the same family, when mixed too often, brewed curses thicker than the castle stew. The scent of burning incense mingled with the metallic tang of nervous sweat, and a minstrel's lute suddenly sounded off-key, as if the wood sensed the impending doom. Noblemen whispered about the old legend of the White Queen, whose descendants sprouted extra fingers and a taste for midnight howls. Their eyes widened at the thought that Isolde's future children might inherit a penchant for collecting stray cats and singing opera in the privy. When the day of the pact arrived, the courtyard was drenched in a rain of rose petals that stuck to the mud like a bad tattoo. Alaric rode in on a chestnut stallion, his armor polished to a mirror sheen that reflected the nervous faces of the onlookers. The priest, a wiry man with a beard that looked like a tangled garden, pressed a dagger to their throats and sliced a thin line of blood from each wrist, letting the crimson drip onto the ancient stone altar. The blood mingled with the scent of damp earth and the distant clang of blacksmiths hammering swords, sealing the covenant with a sound that resembled a heavy bass drop at a medieval rave. As the twins of the royal line swore their vows, a stray pigeon pooped on the priest's robe, earning a chorus of snickers that cut through the solemnity like a sarcastic meme. The nobles' discontent fermented faster than the ale in the cellar, and soon a faction led by the sharp-tongued Countess Vesper began to plot. She brandished a scroll listing every odd birthmark and twisted limb that had plagued their ancestors, pointing out that the family's history resembled a badly edited family tree on a genealogy app. In the candlelit banquet hall, Servants whispered about the curse of the inbred throne, while the kitchen's stew bubbled with onions that smelled like regret. A jester, ever the opportunist, performed a slapstick routine where he pretended to be a baby dragon with extra ribs, earning a nervous laugh that sounded like a squeaky door hinge. The irony was thick. They were trying to keep power in the family, yet the very act of tightening the knot threatened to snap the rope entirely. As the night waned, Isolde stood on the balcony, the cold wind tugging at her veil like an impatient toddler. She watched the torches flicker, their orange tongues licking the sky, and felt the weight of a destiny stitched together with both love and a genetic lottery ticket. The pact of kin, meant to be a shield, now felt more like a fragile glass goblet that could shatter at the slightest tremor. Yet she whispered a defiant promise to the stars, promising to outlaugh any curse and to raise a child who could perhaps finally break the family's medieval version of a glitch in the code. With a sigh that carried the scent of pine and impending rebellion, she turned back toward the hall, ready to face a future that smelled like both fresh bread and the faint, unsettling hint of mildew. The newlyweds, Sir Aldrich and Lady Marin, stepped into the great hall with the swagger of freshly minted royalty, only to be greeted by the sour stench of wilted barley and a sky as gray as a medieval Instagram filter. The harvest, once a golden sea of wheat, had turned to a limp, brown mush that crunched like dry bones under the peasants' boots. Their courtiers whispered that the fields had refused to sing, and even the castle's ancient stone walls seemed to sigh under the weight of failure. Aldrich clenched his fist around the ceremonial sword, feeling the cold iron bite his palm like a reminder that kingship was no Instagram story. Marin, trying to mask her worry with a practiced smile, forced a laugh that sounded as cracked as the cracked pots lining the pantry shelves. That night, the twins, tiny bundles of hope, sprang from their cradle with fevers that painted their cheeks a ghastly rose, and a cough that rattled the nursery like a badly tuned lute. The air filled with the acrid scent of boiled herbs and the sour perfume of sweat, making the midwives wince as they swabbed tiny foreheads with cloths that felt like sandpaper. Marin clutched the infant's hand, feeling the pulse throb like a drumbeat in a tavern brawl, while Aldrich paced the corridor, his boots echoing a rhythm of dread. A servant whispered that the children's eyes glittered with a strange, milky sheen, as if the very blood in their veins had turned to cheap wine. The twins' cries rose and fell like a tragic aria, and the couple could not tell whether they were listening to a lullaby or a warning from the gods. At dawn, Brother Oswin, the kingdom's most learned monk, shuffled into the throne room clutching a leather-bound tome that smelled of moths and old incense. He cleared his throat, and the court fell silent as if waiting for the latest episode of Game of Thrones to reveal a plot twist, except the twist was a warning about closed bloodlines. "Your Majesty," he intoned, "when a crown is forged from the same blood for too long, the metal grows brittle, and the kingdom cracks like a cracked egg on a stone floor." He pointed a gnarled finger at the royal coat of arms, noting the interlocking family trees that resembled a medieval version of a family group chat gone horribly wrong. The courtiers exchanged nervous glances, half amused and half horrified, as Oswin warned that the twins' strange illness might be the first symptom of a hereditary curse, nature's own blue screen of death. The palace buzzed with rumors. The kitchens churned out stew thick with turnips and desperation, and the gutters overflowed with a slurry of rain, mud, and the occasional stray goat. Peasants gathered at the market square, chanting verses that mixed lament with sarcasm, their voices rising like a choir of disgruntled goats. Aldrich tried to rally his soldiers, brandishing his sword with a flourish that looked more like a Broadway dance move than a battle cry. Marin, meanwhile, consulted herbalists who offered poultices that smelled like rotten eggs and promised miracles as reliably as a medieval Wi-Fi hotspot. The kingdom's mood swung between frantic panic and dark comedy, as if the whole realm were a stage set for a tragic sitcom starring a royal couple stuck in a genetic loop. As twilight draped the castle in shadows, the couple stood on the balcony, watching the last light bleed out like spilled wine over a tapestry. The wind whispered through the battlements, carrying the faint scent of damp stone and the distant echo of a lute playing a mournful tune. In that moment, Aldrich felt the weight of every ancestor pressing on his shoulders, each one a ghostly reminder of the price of prideful inbreeding. Marin squeezed his hand, her eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight, and whispered, "Perhaps the gods are just bored, and we're their latest reality show." The night settled, and the kingdom braced for the next chapter, its future as uncertain as a medieval meme, funny, tragic, and forever haunted by the shadows of the past. The great stone council chamber throbbed with the scent of damp wool and stale ale, the flickering torches casting jittery shadows on the vaulted ceiling like nervous fireflies. At the far end, the ancient oak table, scarred by 100 generations of blood-soaked treaties, groaned under the weight of polished silver seals. Lords in fur-lined cloaks shuffled in, their boots clacking against the cold flagstones, while the distant howl of wolves seeped through the cracked shutters. In the middle, Isolde perched on her ancestral throne, the crown of twisted thorns glinting like a bad hair day for a dragon. The room hummed, a low, restless murmur that promised either salvation or a spectacular mess. Isolde's mind raced faster than a court jester on espresso. She had to choose between the iron-clad duty to the bloodline and the trembling peasants who whispered of famine in the market stalls. The lineage demanded a marriage to the warlord's son, a union as politically convenient as a Netflix binge, but as soul-crushing as a spoiler-filled tweet. Yet the people begged for a harvest, for clean water, for a chance to stop coughing up the taste of iron from the river. She felt the weight of centuries pressing on her shoulders, each ancestor's ghost tugging at her sleeve like an over-enthusiastic fan at a pop concert. The irony was thick. The most inbred women of history, all priding themselves on pure blood, now faced a dilemma that smelled like boiled cabbage and broken promises. The council erupted like a tavern fight after a spilled ale, voices clashing with the ferocity of swords in a Game of Thrones episode, minus the dragons, but with twice the drama. Sir Garrick bellowed, "Our enemies will tremble at our pure blood," while Lady Mireless sneered, "Pure blood won't fill empty bowls, you dolt." The clang of armor, the rustle of silk, and the occasional cough from a peasant coughing up blood added a soundtrack of chaos. A nervous scribe whispered that the walls themselves seemed to sweat, the stone soaking up the tension like a sponge in a bathtub. Even the chandeliers swayed, as if the very light wanted to flee the impending decision. As the debate spiraled, the kingdom's future hung by a thread thinner than a spider's silk, shimmering in the torchlight. Some counselors shouted for war, their words sharp as a hawk's talon, while others wept for the starving children, their tears mixing with the dust on the floor. The air grew hot, the scent of sweat and fear mingling with the lingering aroma of roasted boar, making the room feel like a medieval sauna. Isolde felt the pressure build, each heartbeat echoing like a drum roll before a royal execution. Finally, she rose, her voice cutting through the din like a sword through butter, demanding an answer that would either bind the kingdom in blood or free it from its own self-inflicted shackles. When the last echo faded, Isolde announced a third path, marrying a scholar from the distant university, a man whose only weapon was a quill, not a lance. The council gasped, half in disbelief, half in relief, as if someone had just offered them a slice of pizza after a long siege. The decision sent shockwaves through the realm. Peasants cheered, nobles grumbled, and the warlord's son sulked like a teenager denied his favorite video game. In the end, the kingdom breathed a sigh that smelled of fresh rain on stone, a promise that perhaps even the most inbred lineages could evolve. And somewhere in the shadows, a minstrel began to hum a tune that would later be known as the Council of Blood. A catchy ditty that even the bards called the ultimate plot twist. In the dimly lit great hall of Eldermarsh, the scent of damp wool and stale incense clung to the stone like a stubborn ghost. For generations, the royal line had pruned its own branches, breeding a court so pale it could have been painted by a bored alchemist. Lady Isolde, with hair the color of spilled ink and eyes that sparked like a mischievous firefly, grew tired of the endless echo of whispered pedigrees. She could hear the clatter of hooves on cobblestones and the low murmur of peasants muttering about blood purity as if it were a brand of ale. One night, under a moon that looked like a cracked egg, she swore to break the cycle, even if it meant courting a stranger from a distant fief. When the envoy from House Varn arrived, his banner fluttered like a nervous flag in a storm, bearing a crest of a silver fox tangled in vines, nothing like the dour lions of her ancestors. Isolde met him in the courtyard, where the smell of roasting boar mingled with the sharp tang of iron from the blacksmith's forge. She laughed, a sound that cracked the solemn silence, and declared, "Let's marry and see if love can outgrow a family tree that looks like a tangled spaghetti." The wedding feast erupted with clanging goblets, a minstrel's lute wailing a tune that reminded everyone of a medieval tick-tock dance. Even the old matriarch, who smelled of mothballs and regret, raised a goblet and whispered, "May this be the most scandalous alliance since the king tried to marry a dragon." The court's gossip mill ground faster than a millstone on a windy day, churning out rumors that Isolde had swapped her crown for a pair of sneakers, modern humor for a medieval mind. Nobles snorted, their noses crinkling at the scent of cheap perfume and fear, while some whispered that the union was as doomed as a Netflix series canceled after one season. Yet, as the newlyweds rode out on a carriage creaking like an old hinge, the distant hills echoed with the hooves of curiosity rather than contempt. Ironically, the very blood purists who once sang lullabies about inbreeding now found themselves humming a tune about new roots in the marketplace. The irony was thicker than the stew simmering over the hearth, and the townsfolk tasted it in every spoonful. Months turned, and the kingdom's wounds began to knit together like a patchwork quilt stitched by a determined seamstress. Trade caravans from the southern deserts brought spices that tingled the nostrils, while the distant nobles' kin introduced fresh ideas, like a medieval version of a startup pitch, only with more swords. Children laughed in the streets, their voices a chorus that rose above the clatter of armor and the occasional squeak of a mouse scurrying through the pantry. The air smelled of rain on stone after a long drought, a sign that the land itself was breathing easier. Even the old matriarch, now softened by the scent of blooming roses, confessed that perhaps a little genetic variety was better than a kingdom stuck in a loop of cousin marriages. When Isolde's hair turned silver with age, bards began to spin her tale like a cautionary legend, warning that no amount of love can erase the shadows of a too-tight family tree. They'd chant, "Beware the pure blood that tastes like rust," while the crowd sipped mead that smelled of fermented apples and distant fireworks. The story traveled beyond the castle walls, finding its way into taverns where a drunk knight once compared Isolde's boldness to a superhero swapping capes for a farmer's overalls. Yet beneath the humor and irony, a lingering truth pulsed like a drumbeat. Blood purity is a myth as fragile as a moth's wing in a storm. And so, the kingdom remembered not just the scandal, but the scent of fresh soil after a rain, proof that new roots can indeed grow, even in the most stubborn of soils. The year was 1123, and the mist-cloaked valleys of Arendelle smelled of damp pine and freshly churned butter, a scent that clung to every stone of the royal palace. Prince Alaric, tall as a winter fir and twice as brooding, paced the great hall while courtiers whispered about his unruly black curls. He was the last scion of the Sunward branch, a line that prided itself on sword play and a penchant for dramatic cape flips. Across the courtyard, the moonlit banners of the Mooncrest branch fluttered, bearing the silver crescent that marked Lady Isolde's lineage. Their impending union was no love story. It was a chess move, designed to stitch two feuding houses into one tangled tapestry. When the royal envoys arrived at Isolde's stone-carved manor, they were greeted by the clang of blacksmiths and the acrid bite of iron smoke. Isolde herself emerged, her eyes sharp as a hawk's talon, and her smile as thin as the parchment on which the marriage contract was drafted. She was Alaric's first cousin, a fact that made the court gossipers reach for the nearest quill to scribble incest in the margins, as if the word were a new spice. Yet the two branches had been at each other's throats for generations, fighting over a disputed river that smelled of rotting fish and ambition. The betrothal, announced over a banquet of roasted boar and spiced wine, promised to end the feud, if the blood didn't get too tangled, that is. The wedding day arrived with a thunderstorm that drummed on the palace roofs like a giant war drum, and the scent of wet earth rose from the courtyard. Alaric rode in on a chestnut stallion that snorted fire, while Isolde rode a pale mare that seemed to glide over the puddles, her veil fluttering like a ghostly Wi-Fi signal. The archbishop, who looked as if he'd just stepped out of a medieval meme about, when you realize you're the only one not wearing a crown, pronounced them husband and wife with a flourish of his incense-smudged hand. As the couple exchanged vows, the assembled nobles clinked goblets, their laughter echoing against stone walls that had heard more betrayals than a reality show confession booth. Little did they know that this crown of bloodlines would soon become a literal crown of tangled genetics, a plot twist even the bards would find hard to rhyme. In the years that followed, the royal offspring sprouted with a curious mixture of traits. One prince sported a mane of hair that refused to stay flat, while a princess developed a taste for midnight snacking on raw onions, earning her the nickname Countess of Tears. The court physicians, armed with leeches and a bewildered sense of humor, muttered that the family tree now resembled a knotted rope rather than a noble oak. Rumors swirled that the heirloom sword would sometimes stick to the king's hand like a clingy X, and that the queen's laughter could shatter pewter mugs, a talent that made feasts both lively and hazardous. Historians later compared the Arundel line to a medieval version of the Addams family, except with more velvet and fewer taxidermied squirrels. Yet despite the oddities, the kingdom prospered, because who could revolt when the ruler's sneeze could cause a minor earthquake? As the centuries rolled on, the tale of Alaric and Isolde became a cautionary bedtime story told by grandmothers beside crackling hearths. Children were warned that marrying your cousin might sound romantic in a Shakespearean flick, but in reality, it could turn your descendants into walking, talking genetic experiments. The crown that once gleamed with gold now bore a faint, almost imperceptible hue of melancholy, reminding every new monarch that power comes with a price tag measured in DNA. Yet the Arundel dynasty survived, adapting its marriage strategies like a medieval version of The Bachelor, swapping distant cousins for foreign princesses whenever the family doctor raised an eyebrow. And so, the legend of the crown of bloodlines lives on, a bittersweet reminder that even the most regal of houses can't escape the messy business of inheritance, both political and biological. Alaric and Isolde sealed their love with a thunderous banquet that smelled of roasted boar and spilled mead, and the echo of their vows rippled across the continent like a medieval meme. Their marriage was not just a romance. It was a blueprint, a glittering scroll of alliances that neighboring lords began to copy faster than a tick-tock dance. In the shadow of their union, Queen Elinor of Westmere tightened her golden clasp on the throne, while Duke Heinrich of Nordheim sharpened his sword for a diplomatic duel. Both rulers, oblivious to the genetic knot being woven, saw only the glitter of crowns and the clink of coin. Little did they know, each cousin marriage they endorsed stitched another invisible strand into a tapestry that would later tangle their bloodlines. The court of Westmere buzzed with the scent of fresh lavender and the sour stink of unwashed foot soldiers, a sensory cocktail that made Elinor's silk gowns feel like armor. Courtiers whispered behind embroidered tapestries, trading gossip as eagerly as they traded spices, their eyes darting like sparrows at the slightest hint of scandal. Elinor, a lioness in pearls, plotted her next move while the fireplace crackled, sending sparks that danced like fireflies over her polished marble table. An emissary from the south arrived with a gift of amber wine, but the real offering was a promise of a cousin marriage to seal a trade pact. Elinor smiled, unaware that the promise was a genetic Trojan horse hidden beneath the honeyed words. Up north, the stone halls of Nordheim reeked of damp moss and iron, a scent that made Heinrich's beard itch with anticipation. He met his council in a great hall where banners flapped like giant moths, their colors clashing as loudly as a rock concert in a monastery. With a grin that could outshine a sunrise, Heinrich proposed a union with Elinor's niece, citing strategic advantage as if it were a cheat code in a video game. The council laughed, recalling a bard's tale of a king who married his own cousin to keep the throne in the family, a joke that now felt eerily prophetic. As they signed the parchment, the ink smelled of pine sap and impending destiny, sealing a pact that would later echo in the marrow of their descendants. The web of alliances grew thicker, each cousin marriage adding a strand of DNA that twirled like a mischievous serpent around the royal veins. Physicians in the courts whispered about the strange cough that lingered like a bad aftertaste of stale bread, but they dismissed it as the plague's cousin, an inconvenient excuse. Meanwhile, the royal children giggled in their cribs, their cheeks rosy from the heat of hearths, oblivious to the silent genetic script being written beneath their skin. Irony dripped from the chandeliers as the very blood meant to cement power now whispered of future infirmities, a plot twist worthy of a Shakespearean comedy. Even the court jester, juggling apples, muttered, "If you can't beat the gene, at least make it a good punchline." As the seasons turned, the kingdom's banquet tables overflowed with pheasant and laughter, yet a subtle unease settled like ash after a fire. Elinor felt a pang in her chest whenever she heard the distant hoot of an owl, as if the night itself warned of hidden curses. Heinrich, meanwhile, stared into his mirror and saw the faint shadow of a family portrait where eyes seemed to flicker with a strange, almost cinematic glow. Think The Force, but with more gloom. The chapter closed on a toast, the clink of goblets echoing like a soundtrack to a saga that would later be called Game of Thrones meets Gene Therapy. And somewhere, a minstrel sang, "May your alliances be strong and your genetics, well, at least entertaining." In the year of the waning moon, the great halls of Arundel and Westmere thrummed with the clatter of armor and the heady perfume of spiced wine. Servants swept polished floors, while minstrels plucked lute strings that sang of triumphs long past. Yet beneath the gilded tapestries, a silent dread crept, like a mouse slipping through the cracks of a banquet table. Courtiers whispered that the very air seemed heavier, as if the stone walls were inhaling something unseen. The king's own shadow seemed to linger longer than usual, stretching across the hearth like a bad omen. It began with the tiniest cries. Newborn princes and princesses who never made it past a week, their wails stifled by the scent of damp wool and burnt incense. Mothers clutched swaddled bundles that turned cold as the stone floors, their faces pale as the moonlit snow outside. Then the heirs of both houses started to sprout strange, knobby protrusions along their ribs, a bone disorder that made every movement sound like a creaking door. The court's scent shifted to a metallic tang of blood, and the acrid bite of herbs burned in the apothecary's fire. Even the royal dogs seemed to whine, as if they sensed the invisible rot gnawing at the lineage. Sir Aldrich, the court physician with a nose for both disease and drama, took to his parchment with ink as black as a raven's wing. He scribbled frantic notes, describing the brittle spine and unexplained infant demise, while the candle flames danced like nervous fireflies. In a rare moment of candor, he muttered that the afflictions felt like a family secret passed down like an heirloom, only far uglier. He whispered that the closed doors of royal marriage had sealed a genetic curse tighter than any castle moat. His quills scratched a warning that would later echo through the halls like a haunting chorus. The irony was as thick as the stew bubbling in the kitchen. The very alliances meant to cement power had turned the royal bloodlines into a medieval version of a bad sequel to Game of Thrones, except without the witty one-liners. Cousins wed cousins, uncles married nieces, and the family tree resembled a tangled knot of rope rather than a noble oak. The nobles chuckled at the idea of royal fitness, as if the court jester could juggle a crown and a treadmill at the same time. Yet the physician's grim charts read like a twisted love story, where every kiss sealed another genetic footnote. Even the chapel bells seemed to toll in mockery, their clangs reverberating like a cosmic punchline. Thus the shadows deepened in the gene pool, darkening the future of Arundel and Westmere with each whispered cough and cracked bone. The courts learned, the hard way, that blood is thicker than water but also more prone to curdling when left to stagnate. As the royal children grew pale and fragile, the stone walls seemed to sigh, as if the very foundations mourned the loss of vigor. The physician's parchment, now stained with tears and ink, became the first chronicle of hereditary disease in a world that believed miracles sprouted from divine right. And so, the tale of these cursed lineages was etched into history, a cautionary legend that even the mightiest crowns can't shield against the quiet, relentless march of genetics. The clash rang like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil, and Prince Leofric, the kingdom's lone male heir, rode at the front with a grin as sharp as his sword. A stray arrow sang past his visor and found a gap in his breastplate, tearing flesh and spilling crimson onto the mud. The wound bled fast, but the prince's blood refused to clot, oozing like a leaky barrel of ale. Courtiers whispered that the boy's veins were cursed, and the field medic muttered about hemophilia, a name that sounded like a medieval rock band. As the sun set, Leofric's life slipped away in a puddle of his own stubborn blood, leaving the throne as empty as a tavern after last call. For generations, the royal houses had treated marriage like a game of chess, moving knights and bishops only to keep the crown within the same bloodline. Cousins wed cousins, uncles married nieces, and the family tree resembled a tangled knot of vines rather than a sturdy oak. The court's genealogists proudly boasted of a pedigree so pure it could be used as holy water, never realizing they were brewing a genetic cocktail of disaster. When the prince fell, the palace walls seemed to echo with an ironic chorus. Blood is thicker than water, but apparently also thicker than plasma. The irony was as thick as the incense that hung over the chapel, masking the sour smell of rot that now seeped through the stone corridors. News of Leofric's death spread faster than a rumor about a dragon sighting, and the nobles gathered like a flock of crows over a freshly spilled carcass. Lady Maud, the queen mother, clutched her pearls and demanded an audience, her voice trembling like a lute string about to snap. The chancellor, a man who could recite the Magna Carta backward, tried to calm the room, but his soothing tone sounded more like a medieval version of a corporate crisis hotline. Whispered jokes about Game of Thrones turned grim when someone muttered, "We might need a new king, or at least a new script," drawing nervous chuckles from the assembled lords. The irony was palpable. A kingdom built on blood now faced a crisis that no amount of royal ointment could heal. Inside the great hall, torches sputtered, casting flickering shadows that danced over tapestries depicting heroic ancestors, now looking like smug Instagram influencers of the past. The smell of iron mingled with stale wine and the sour tang of fear, making the air feel as heavy as a sack of gold coins. Servants scurried, their sandals clacking on cold stone, while the royal seal, once a symbol of unbreakable continuity, lay cracked on the floor like a broken egg. A minstrel tried to lift spirits with a jaunty tune, but the lute strings sounded like squeaky hinges, and the audience's applause was a nervous rustle of cloaks. Even the castle's stone gargoyles seemed to grin wickedly, as if they knew the dynasty's fate was hanging by a thread thinner than a spider's web. The Crimson Crisis forced the council to confront the ugly truth. Centuries of inbreeding had turned the royal bloodline into a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Advisors debated whether to summon a distant cousin from a forgotten branch of the family, or to break tradition entirely and crown a commoner, an idea as shocking as a dragon in a marketplace. The kingdom held its breath, the tension as thick as the incense that still lingered, while the distant hills echoed with the hoot of owls that seemed to hoot. Winter is coming, and so is a new king. In the end, the throne stood empty, a scarlet reminder that even the mightiest houses can bleed out from within. And somewhere, a scribe scribbled the chapter's title, The Crimson Crisis, as if it were a warning tattooed on the very stones of history. The great stone hall of Castle Ravenscroft still reeked of burnt incense and stale ale when Queen Isolde rose from her throne. She brushed a smear of honeyed mead from her sleeve and called the assembled scholars and foreign nobles to order. The flickering torchlight threw long, jittery shadows that danced like nervous courtiers across the tapestries of tangled family trees. A cold draft slipped through the cracks, carrying the faint scent of wet wool and the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, reminding everyone that the kingdom was still alive and aching. Sir Aldrich, the court's most pedantic genealogist, launched into a tirade about the perils of marrying cousins, waving a dusty parchment like a medieval PowerPoint. He quoted an old proverb, "Blood is thicker than water, but too much of the same water makes you sick." And the assembled nobles snorted, half in amusement, half in horror at the graphic truth. A visiting French duke whispered that the French court had already tried a Game of Thrones-style alliance and ended up with more drama than dragons. Laughter rippled through the room, a nervous sound that sounded like a chorus of squeaky hinges. When the council finally quieted, Isolde's voice cut through the murmurs like a sword through parchment. "We shall no longer bind our bloodlines tighter than a miser's purse," she declared, her eyes flashing with the resolve of a queen fed up with endless sickly airs. The foreign nobles, an English earl with a scarred hand and a Flemish merchant prince with a nose like a ship's prow, nodded, their breath smelling of smoked herring and ambition. Together they drafted a charter that barred cousin marriage for the next generation, sealing it with wax that smelled of pine and iron. Months later, the castle's great hall echoed with a different sound, the wail of a newborn, pure and unfiltered, cutting through the stale air like a trumpet blast. The infant, swaddled in a blanket dyed the deep blue of midnight, was the first child in decades whose cheeks flushed with health rather than the pallor of inherited ailments. Midwives whispered that his cry was as bright as a sunrise over the Rhine, and even the court jester cracked a joke about the baby being the kingdom's first, real-life superhero. The scent of fresh milk and warm wool filled the chamber, a comforting perfume that promised a new chapter. The arrival of the healthy air sparked a ripple of hope that spread beyond the stone walls, reaching peasants tilling muddy fields and monks copying illuminated manuscripts. People began to speak of a new dawn of blood, a phrase that sounded like a medieval Spotify playlist but carried the weight of genuine optimism. As the queen cradled her child, the distant thunder of an approaching storm seemed less like an omen of doom and more like a drum roll for change. In that moment, the kingdom tasted the sweet possibility of genetic diversification. and even the ancient tapestries seemed to smile, their threads loosening from the tight knots of the past. In the mist-shrouded valleys of Eldoria, the royal banner fluttered like a nervous sparrow over the stone keep. King Alaric, a lanky man with a beard that smelled faintly of smoked herring, traced his finger along the ancient family tree etched into the throne's backrest. The lineage read like a tangled soap opera, each branch looping back on itself in a dizzying dance of blood and ambition. His mother, the iron-willed Queen Merwin, had warned him that a crown built on shaky alliances would crumble faster than a stale biscuit. Yet Alaric's eyes sparkled with the same reckless optimism that drove the youngest knights to joust on broomsticks for a laugh. When the council whispered of war with the neighboring duchy of Brackenfell, Alaric saw a shortcut through the family's own tangled roots. He proposed a marriage to his first cousin, Princess Selene, whose sharp wit cut through courtly pretense like a dagger through parchment. The political calculus was simple. Unite two rival branches, lock the treasury's gold in a single chest, and keep the enemy guessing which side of the family would betray whom. Critics muttered that cousin marriage was the medieval equivalent of binge watching the same drama series on loop, predictable but oddly comforting. Still, the king's advisers, half drunk on mead and half hopeful for a peace treaty, signed the pact with a flourish that would make a Hollywood producer jealous. The wedding day arrived with a sky the color of bruised plum, and the air smelled of spiced honey and the faint tang of horse sweat from the marching guard. Selene entered the great hall on a carriage of polished oak, her gown shimmering like moonlit water, while the court's chandeliers sputtered like fireflies on a caffeine binge. Alaric's hand trembled as he slipped the simple gold band onto her finger, the metal cold enough to make the palace cooks forget their stew. A choir of monks crooned off-key, their voices echoing off the stone walls and mixing with the clatter of goblets, creating a soundtrack that could rival any medieval rock concert. Even the castle's resident cat, Sir Whiskers, leapt onto the altar, scattering rose petals and reminding everyone that even royalty can't escape a surprise cat attack. As the newlyweds shared their first kiss, a hush fell over the assembled nobles, broken only by the distant howl of wolves that sounded suspiciously like a wolf pack karaoke session. The marriage was hailed as the birth of a blood-bonded dynasty, a phrase that sounded both majestic and mildly terrifying, like a superhero origin story with too many family reunions. Alaric whispered to Selene that their children would inherit not only the throne, but also the family's notorious talent for turning every banquet into a political battlefield. The court jester, never missing a beat, quipped that the couple's love was as strong as a dragon's scale, impermeable, but also prone to catching fire if mishandled. Yet beneath the laughter, a sour undercurrent lingered. The same blood that united them also risked breeding the kind of genetic hiccups that could turn princes into hunchbacks faster than you could say medieval meme. In the weeks that followed, the kingdom's coffers swelled with tribute from Brackenfell, and the scent of fresh parchment filled the royal archives as new laws were drafted. Alaric and Selene walked the corridors hand in hand, their steps echoing like a drumbeat that promised stability, even if their future heirs might inherit a penchant for dramatic sneezes. The common folk, chewing on stale rye bread, whispered that the crown now felt tighter, as if someone had slipped a second ring onto the monarch's finger without asking. Yet the king smiled, recalling the old proverb that a united bloodline is the best armor against betrayal, provided the armor doesn't rust from too much inbreeding. And so, with a toast of honey-spiced wine and a chorus of "Long live the crown," the chapter closed, leaving the audience to wonder whether this blood-bound union would be Eldoria's salvation or its most deliciously awkward plot twist. When King Alaric rode triumphantly into the capital after the Battle of Imberfield, the banners fluttered like fireworks, and the crowd roared louder than a tavern full of brawling mercenaries. The sun caught the polished steel of his knight's armor, turning each man into a walking mirror that reflected the kingdom's newfound glory. Merchants shouted their wares, spiced figs, honeyed mead, and freshly minted coins, while the scent of roasted boar drifted through the cobblestones. Courtiers tossed rose petals at the royal carriage, their laughter ringing like crystal goblets clinking in a feast hall. Even the court jester, a lanky fellow named Pippin, quipped that the victory was as sweet as a dragon's candy, and the kingdom cheered like it had just discovered Wi-Fi. The golden years that followed glittered with prosperity. Fields yielded wheat as thick as golden hair, and the river banks overflowed with fish that glistened like silver coins. Bakers kneaded dough until the ovens puffed out clouds of warm, yeasty perfume that drifted into the palace corridors. Goldsmiths hammered out intricate crowns, while the clink of hammer on metal sounded like a marching band of dwarves. In the bustling market square, spices from distant lands tickled the nostrils, and the air buzzed with the chatter of traders haggling over silk and amber. Yet beneath the merriment, the royal physicians, clad in robes that smelled faintly of herbs and old ink, began to notice a peculiar pallor in the young princes. It started with a cough that sounded like a wheezing dragon, then progressed to a strange limp that made the heir's gait resemble a drunken minstrel's stumble. Rumors slithered through the stone corridors like rats, whispering that the blood that bound the royal line was tangled like a knotted rope. The court's gossip-monger, Lady Mirabelle, muttered that the prince's skin grew as thin as parchment, and some even claimed they dreamed of seeing their own reflections melt away. Servants reported the scent of iron, more than just the clang of swords, lingering in the chambers at night, as if the walls themselves were bleeding. Even the royal dogs, usually fierce guardians, whined and refused to approach the sickly heirs, their noses twitching at an unseen rot. The clergy, ever ready with incense and ominous sermons, seized upon the unease like a monk grabbing a holy relic. Father Oswin, whose robes smelled of frankincense and old parchment, warned that the kingdom's sins had woven a cursed tapestry, and that consanguineous unions were the thread pulling it apart. He paced the nave, his sandals echoing against stone, and declared that the blood of the throne was now as tangled as a plot twist in a Netflix drama. The bishops muttered prayers for divine intervention, while the court's alchemists frantically mixed herbs, producing potions that reeked of bitter roots and burnt sugar. Yet, amidst the incense and the panic, a courtier whispered that perhaps the true danger lay not in the bloodline, but in the crown's own hubris, a bitter irony sharper than any blade. As the shadows lengthened over the palace gardens, the once bright banners now seemed to flutter like tired flags at a funeral. The court held its breath, waiting for the next heir to step forward, only to find a boy whose eyes flickered with a strange, sickly light, as if a cursed video game glitch had taken hold of his soul. The king, once a roaring lion on the battlefield, now stared at his reflection in a tarnished mirror, seeing the ghost of his own ambitions staring back. Whispers turned to murmurs, and murmurs to outright panic, as the kingdom wondered whether the golden age was merely a polished facade covering a rotten core. In the end, the tale of the consanguineous line became a cautionary legend, told by bards beside crackling fires, reminding listeners that even the mightiest dynasties can crumble like stale bread left too long in the sun. The great hall of Eldermere drummed with the echo of clanking armor as the court gathered to celebrate the birth of Prince Rowan, the golden child of a union that traced its roots back to a great-grandmother who was also his great-grandfather's sister. Whispered prayers mingled with the smell of roasted boar and pine smoke, while banners bearing intertwined wolves fluttered like nervous birds. The king had proudly announced that the marriage sealed the bloodline tighter than a miser's purse, a strategy whispered about in taverns as royal inbreeding, with a wink. Yet even the most fervent minstrel could not mask the uneasy feeling that the family tree was being pruned with a pair of shears rather than nurtured. In the flickering torchlight, the infant's cry sounded like a tiny trumpet heralding both destiny and doom. Years later, Prince Rowan sat on the throne's cold stone, his once bright eyes clouded by a mysterious fever that left his skin slick with sweat, and his breath smelling faintly of iron. Physicians in starched robes muttered about the curse of the blood, while the palace kitchen wafted with the sour tang of boiled herbs and rotting fruit. The prince's inability to father an heir turned the royal chambers into a silent morgue of unfulfilled expectations, each night ending with the soft sigh of a queen clutching empty swaddles. Courtiers whispered that the illness was a divine punishment for the king's hubristic love match, a sentiment that made the stone corridors feel like a tomb of broken promises. Even the castle's resident cat seemed to stare at Rowan with a disdainful flick of its tail, as if judging the very notion of a king who could not reproduce. Sensing an opening, the ambitious Earl of Blackmore strode into the courtyard with a swagger that could rival a rock star's entrance, his coat flashing like a medieval sequined jacket. He gathered discontented nobles around cracked ale barrels, their breath reeking of stale beer and spilled blood, and whispered that the dynasty's veins were as fragile as a spider's silk. With every clink of tankards, they plotted to raise a pretender, a distant cousin whose mother was only a second cousin once removed, a loophole that sounded suspiciously like cheating on a game of chess. The capital streets erupted in a chorus of clashing swords, shouted curses, and the occasional stray goat bleating in panic, turning the once proud city into a chaotic stage fit for a Shakespearean tragedy. By nightfall, the sky over Eldermere glowed with the orange flare of torches and the acrid smell of burning parchment, the very air thick with the scent of ambition and betrayal. As the conflict raged, scholars in damp monasteries dusted off ancient genealogies and muttered that perhaps the royal family had taken the phrase, "blood is thicker than water," a tad too literally. A wandering minstrel even sang a bawdy ballad comparing the royal lineage to a badly edited family photo album, where everyone kept appearing in the same frame, a joke that made the peasants snort while the nobles stared in mortified silence. The irony was palpable. A kingdom built on the idea of purity now resembled a tangled knot of limbs, each tug pulling at the other's sanity. Even the court jester, ever the pop culture savant, quipped that the situation felt like a medieval version of Game of Thrones, except without the dragons, just a lot more coughing and awkward family reunions. The murmurs grew louder, questioning whether the crown's glittering jewels were worth the price of a lineage riddled with hidden ailments. When the dust finally settled, Prince Rowan's frail body lay draped in a shroud that smelled faintly of lavender and mildew, a tragic reminder that even kings cannot outrun the consequences of their own choices. The surviving nobles, now bruised and blood-stained, swore an oath to end the practice of marrying close kin, though some secretly kept a family portrait tucked away like a forbidden selfie. The kingdom's future hung in the balance, as fragile as a moth's wing caught in a gust of wind, while the market stalls outside the palace began to sell fresh loaves of bread scented with hope and rosemary. In the end, the tale of the fractured bloodline became a cautionary legend told over campfires, a story that made listeners shiver not just from the chill of night, but from the lingering scent of old, unwashed linens and the bitter taste of regret. And somewhere, far beyond the castle walls, a child laughed at a cartoon about royal families, blissfully unaware that history had once turned a crown into a cautionary comedy. The great hall fell silent as King Alaric's breath sputtered out like a dying candle, his gaunt hand clutching the cold iron throne. Courtiers whispered that the king's lineage had been thinned by generations of brother marrying, a genetic roulette that finally dealt a fatal hand. The royal physician, a gaunt man with a scent of boiled herbs and desperation, muttered that no healthy heir remained to inherit the crown. In the flickering torchlight, the crown itself seemed to sag, as if aware of the weight of its own decay. Within days, banners of neighboring realms unfurled like angry kites over the capital's shattered walls, each bearing the same thinly veiled excuse. The kingdom's blood was too weak to rule. The Duke of Varn, riding a horse that snorted clouds of manure, declared war with a speech that sounded like a bad reality show confession. "We're here for the drama, not the dynasty." The clang of armor echoed through the streets, mingling with the sour stench of sweat and fear. Archers loosed arrows that sang like angry birds, and the once proud citadel shivered under the onslaught. When the royal family fled, they did so through secret tunnels that smelled of damp stone and old cheese, a far cry from the silk and perfume of their former courts. Queen Mirabelle clutched a cracked mirror, seeing only a reflection of a queen in exile, her crown now a dented tin hat. The children's cries bounced off the moss-covered walls, their tears mixing with the rain that turned the stone floors into slick, greasy slides. Even the palace dogs barked in a mournful chorus, as if they sensed the kingdom's heart had stopped beating. Back in the capital, peasants gathered around cracked hearths, chewing on stale bread while gossiping about the king's genetic disaster, as if it were the latest scandal on a tavern gossip board. The market stalls reeked of burnt meat and spilled ale, a pungent reminder that life, however grim, still churned forward. Ironically, the invaders found the kingdom's weakened bloodline more entertaining than any tournament, treating the chaos like a medieval version of a binge-watchable series. Yet beneath the irony, a palpable dread settled like ash, for no amount of spectacle could fill the void left by a broken dynasty. As winter's chill crept through the cracked windows, the once glorious realm teetered on the brink of oblivion, its future as uncertain as a plot twist in a soap opera. The remaining lords whispered that the kingdom might dissolve into a patchwork of petty fiefdoms, each claiming the right to rule over a slice of the ruined crown. In the distance, the sound of marching boots merged with the mournful howl of wolves, a soundtrack fit for the end of an era. And somewhere, a minstrel strummed a lute, humming a tune that sounded oddly like the theme from Game of Thrones, reminding everyone that history, like any good drama, loves a spectacular collapse. In the dim glow of a stone hall, the last scions of the house gathered around a scarred oak table, the scent of stale ale and parchment mingling like a medieval perfume. Their voices cracked like old shutters as they hammered out a peace treaty that would outlaw marriages between cousins, a rule born from the blood-soaked whispers of their cursed ancestors. A nervous scribe scratched the words into ink that smelled of iron, while a nervous minstrel plucked a lute, his strings squeaking like a cat on a tin roof. The air thrummed with the clink of goblets and the distant howl of a wolf, a reminder that nature still cared little for royal edicts. When the final seal was pressed, a collective sigh rose, as if the stone walls themselves exhaled relief. With the ban in place, the court turned its gaze outward, courting foreign princes like a matchmaking app gone medieval. Embassies arrived on horse-drawn carriages, their banners flapping like giant Instagram stories, each bearing exotic spices that tickled the nostrils of the assembled nobles. The banquet that followed smelled of roasted boar, honeyed figs, and the faint, sweet perfume of rose water that tried to mask the lingering scent of old grudges. Laughter erupted as a witty courtier compared the new diplomatic marriages to a Game of Thrones episode, only with fewer betrayals and more polite handshakes. Yet beneath the merriment, a nervous tension lingered. Marriage was now a treaty, not a love story, and that irony tasted like burnt bread. Months turned into seasons, and the kingdom began to stitch its wounds together like a quilt made from battle-scarred banners. Fields once trampled by marching armies now burst with golden wheat, the rustle of stalks singing a lullaby of renewal. Children chased chickens through the market square, their shrieks cutting through the distant clang of blacksmiths hammering iron. Sounds that once signaled war now signaled prosperity. Yet the scent of decay still clung to the old castle ruins, a reminder that the cursed lineage had left a lingering funk of fear in the air. Farmers whispered that the soil itself seemed to sigh in relief, as if the earth finally forgave the blood that had soaked it. Stories of the cursed bloodline seeped into tavern tales, told over mugs of ale that tasted of malt and regret. A brawny barkeep, with a beard as tangled as a medieval Wi-Fi cable, warned youngsters that marrying a cousin was like using a cheat code that glitches the Game of Thrones. Fun at first, disastrous forever. The legend grew, complete with ghostly whispers of pale faces at midnight, the smell of wilted lilies, and the occasional clatter of phantom armor. Even the court jester, ever the opportunist, turned the cautionary tale into a slapstick routine, slipping on a banana peel that appeared out of nowhere, an anachronistic nod to modern cartoons. The moral of the story, delivered with a wink and a wink, was that bloodlines are best kept clean, unless you enjoy cursed sequels. By the time the new covenant was etched into the kingdom's charter, the air in the great hall smelled of fresh ink and hopeful lavender, a stark contrast to the sour stench of old conspiracies. Monarchs now signed marriage contracts with the same seriousness as a Hollywood star signing a blockbuster deal, complete with flamboyant quills and ceremonial fireworks that crackled like a dragon's sneeze. Irony dripped from the ceremony like honey from a beehive. Love was still a game, but now the rules were written in stone, not whispered in dark corridors. As the sun set, casting amber light over the newly painted banners, the people felt a cautious optimism, their hearts beating to the rhythm of a kingdom finally learning from its own tragic sequel. The legacy of the cursed lineage became a cautionary tale, a medieval meme that warned future rulers. Sometimes, breaking the family tree is the only way to let it grow. The valley of Côte de Nuits lay cloaked in a woolen fog that tasted of damp earth and stale wine. In its craggy folds the stone keep of Montclair perched like a bruised thumb, its banners fluttering the deep red of spilled blood. Young Countess Isolde, with hair the color of fresh barley, stalked the ramparts, eyes flickering between pride and the restless whisper of destiny. Across the ridge, the iron-capped towers of House Alaric glimmered, a mirror image of power that had been courting Montclair for generations. The two houses traced their roots back to Charlemagne's long-lost cousin, a lineage so tangled it could rival any modern family tree app. On the morning the sun finally pierced the mist, Isolde and her first cousin Alaric stood before a stone altar that smelled of incense and goat cheese. The bishop, a rotund man who seemed to have swallowed a candle, declared their union a crimson pact that would bind their bloodlines tighter than a medieval Wi-Fi password. Vows were exchanged with hands that trembled like the strings of a lute, and a chorus of clinking goblets echoed through the hall. As the newlyweds sealed the pact with a kiss, a distant rooster crowed, as if announcing the birth of a royal Instagram post. The courtiers cheered, their laughter ricocheting off the tapestries embroidered with lions that looked suspiciously like the house cats of the servants. Yet not all smiles were sincere. The court physicians, a ragtag guild of herbalists and bone tappers, gathered in the dim infirmary to whisper their doubts. They noted that the twins born to Isolde and Alaric shared a birthmark shaped like a tiny, perfect circle, an uncanny mirror of the one on their great-grandfather's forehead. The apothecary's nose twitched at the sour scent of fermenting blood, reminding him of the time he accidentally brewed a potion that turned his beard green. "Inbreeding," muttered Master Hughes, "is like reheating yesterday's stew. It smells the same, but the flavor grows stale and the worms get bolder." Still, the physicians signed their parchments, prescribing leeches and lavender, while secretly wondering if the next heir would need a wheelchair or a crown of thorns. The gossip spread faster than a rumor about a dragon sighting, reaching the ears of the troubadour who sang of love and lineage with a wink and a lute riff reminiscent of a medieval karaoke night. He likened the marriage to Game of Thrones meets The Bachelor, where the rose is replaced by a blood-red rose, and the final rose ceremony ends with a coronet instead of a bouquet. The kitchen staff, meanwhile, prepared a feast of boar, figs, and a pudding that oozed like a spilled secret, its aroma curling around the stone columns like a mischievous cat. As the night wore on, the chandeliers swayed, casting jittery shadows that made the portraits of ancestors appear to smirk at the couple's audacious gamble. Even the castle's resident mouse, a wiry creature named Sir Squeak, paused to sniff the air, as if sensing that the blood in the walls was thickening into something both regal and ridiculous. When the first child, a pale, wailing babe with eyes the shade of fresh clover, was placed on Isolde's lap, the hall fell into a hush louder than a cathedral organ. The physicians leaned in, their breath fogging the air, ready to chart every vein as if mapping a treasure map to the holy grail of noble purity. Yet Isolde smiled, her lips curling like the edge of a freshly sharpened sword, and whispered to the infant, "Welcome to the Crimson Pact, my little glitch in the family code." The courtiers raised their goblets, the clink echoing like a promise that the blood will flow, even if it sometimes feels like a clogged pipe. And so the saga of Montclair and Alaric began, a tale stitched with ambition, irony, and the faint, lingering scent of wet stone and destiny. The great hall of Montclair Castle still smelled of stale wine and pine tar, a lingering reminder of the banquet that crowned twins Elinor and Roland. Their eyes, twin pools of amber, seemed to echo the same mischievous glint that once danced in their great-grandfather's gaze. When they laughed, the stone walls reverberated like a choir of squeaky hinges, and the servants whispered that the twins were born with the same scar on their left palms, a scar that matched a legend of a cursed heir. Even the court jester, a lanky fellow with a perpetually crooked nose, joked that the twins were the medieval version of a copy-paste error. Yet beneath the pomp, a subtle tension crackled like static, as if the very blood that pulsed through their veins carried a secret weight. Enter Brother Matthias, a traveling scholar whose satchel clanged with ink pots and the faint aroma of parchment dust. He arrived on a rain-slicked road, his boots squelching in the mud, and was immediately drawn to the castle's library where ancient tomes lay like sleeping dragons. While the monks chanted in the chapel, Matthias unfurled a brittle genealogical chart that had been hidden behind a false back of a wooden chest. The parchment, yellowed to the hue of old cheese, depicted a tangled web of intermarried branches that stretched back to the Capetian dynasty. With a grin that could rival the twins' own, he declared, "Behold, the family's version of a Netflix binge, season after season of cousin hookups." The chart revealed that the Montclair line had married its own cousins, so often that the family tree resembled a knotty pretzel, rather than a lofty oak. Each union was a strategic move, tightening the grip on lands from the Loire to the Danube, as if the nobles were playing a medieval game of Risk with real blood as the currency. Matthias traced a line from a 12th-century Capetian prince, whose portrait still stared down the hall with a regal sneer, down to Elinor's mother, whose cheekbones could have sliced bread. The pattern was as relentless as a marching army. First cousins, then second cousins, then, just a little too close for comfort cousins, all in the name of preserving power. The irony, he whispered, was that the very strategy that fortified their throne also seeded the cracks in their flesh. Soon the twins began to exhibit the family's hidden liabilities. Elinor's hair fell out in clumps like wilted wheat, while Roland developed a peculiar limp that sounded like a cracked wooden floorboard. Their skin, once smooth as polished armor, now bore blotches that reminded the court healer of a badly painted fresco. The castle's kitchen wafted with the sour smell of fermented blood, an old remedy for royal fatigue that only made the corridors feel like a medieval science lab gone rogue. Even the family dog, a shaggy mutt named Sir Barks-a-Lot, seemed to avoid the twins, as if sensing the genetic baggage they carried. Brother Matthias, ever the wry observer, quipped, "Looks like the royal lines got more bugs than a 90s video game." As the moon rose over the battlements, casting silver shadows that danced like ghostly courtiers, The twins stared at their reflection in the polished armor, seeing not just themselves, but a cascade of ancestors staring back. The castle's stone walls, once a fortress of power, now felt like a tomb of secrets, each crack whispering of the price paid for dominance. Brother Matthias closed the chart with a sigh, his candle sputtering like a dying star, and left the twins with a parting thought. History repeats itself, but it also mutates, just like a medieval meme. The twins laughed, a sound that mingled defiance with resignation, as if to say they'd rather be flawed royalty than invisible peasants. In the end, the veins of the past pulsed on, a tangled river that fed both the crown's brilliance and its inevitable decay. The great hall of Vaux, once humming with lute strings and the clink of goblets, fell silent as a leaner, now queen, coughed up a thick, rust-colored foam that smelled of iron and old wine. Courtiers whispered that the queen's skin had turned the pallor of a moonlit tomb, while the fire in the hearth sputtered like a dying dragon. Within hours, a wave of fever rolled through the courtiers, turning polished armor into sweaty, shivering bodies that sweated like overcooked pork. The royal apothecary's shelves burst with pungent herbs, rosemary, wormwood, and the sour stink of crushed beetles, yet none quelled the relentless shivers. As Aliner's breath grew shallow, a cold dread crept through the marble corridors, as if the castle itself were holding its breath. The next dawn, a council of physicians gathered beneath vaulted arches, their robes rustling like nervous bats. Master Hildebrand, a man whose spectacles were perpetually fogged, declared the malady a sanguine imbalance born of too many cousin marriages. Lady Isolde, who swore by the humors of humors, countered that the disease was a simple plague, not a genealogical curse, and offered a poultice of garlic and goat's milk. The debate grew heated, with one doctor brandishing a diagram of the royal family tree that looked like a twisted knot of vines, each branch ending in a snarling hound's head. In the corner, a monk physician muttered that the blood of a hound had been mixed into the queen's lineage, a joke that would later haunt the kingdom like a bad meme. News of the queen's ailment leaked like spilled ale, and rival nobles seized the moment to brand the crown with a blood curse banner. The Count of Arles, whose beard was as sharp as his tongue, shouted from the balcony that the royal house had drunk from the same poisoned chalice as the infamous House of Lancaster. He waved a scroll depicting a black hound with glowing eyes, proclaiming it an omen that the bloodlines were tangled like a spaghetti western plot. The common folk, already starved of good news, cheered the accusations, their chants echoing off the stone walls like a twisted choir. Even the court jester, normally quick with a quip, whispered, "If the queen's blood is cursed, maybe the hound will finally get a seat at the throne, talk about a dog-eared monarchy." While nobles bickered, a cloaked alchemist named Marcellus slipped through the pantry doors, his satchel rattling with vials of amber liquid that glowed like fireflies in a jar. He claimed his cure lay hidden in the very veins of the royal line, a secret formula whispered by an ancestor who once bargained with a wolf spirit for power. Marcellus spent sleepless nights grinding powdered bone and simmering the bitter sap of yew, the air thick with the scent of burnt resin and stale incense. He traced the family tree with a silver stylus, noting each cousin marriage as a knot that could be untied by a single drop of his elixir, which tasted like rusted metal and sweet honey, an odd combination that made the tongue tingle. When he finally presented a vial to the queen's bedside, the courtiers gasped, half expecting a curse, half hoping for a miracle, as the liquid swirled like a tiny galaxy of hope and dread. Elinor lifted the vial, her trembling hand shaking like a leaf in a storm, and swallowed the concoction as if she were auditioning for a medieval version of Game of Thrones finale. The room held its breath, then erupted in a chorus of coughs, sneezes, and the unmistakable sound of 1,000 tiny bells. Her fever broke with a pop, like a balloon bursting in a quiet library. Within the day, the court's sick began to recover, their skin flushing back to the healthy rose of youth, and even the hound that prowled the courtyard wagged its tail as if it had just won a dog show. Yet Marcellus vanished that night, leaving behind only a cryptic note that read, "The blood remembers, but the hound forgets," a line that would haunt historians like a badly timed spoiler. And so, the shadow of the hound lingered over the throne, a reminder that noble blood may be thick, but it can also be as slippery as a greased pig at a medieval fair. When the first twin was born in the Duchy of Brabant with a snout like a boar and a laugh that sounded like a squeaky hinge, the court jesters whispered that the gods had finally run out of patience. By midsummer, the great hall of Castle Ravenscroft was lined with nobles whose limbs twisted like pretzel sticks, and whose faces bore the uncanny symmetry of a medieval horror mask. The scent of incense mingled with the metallic tang of fresh blood as surgeons, half-educated monks and half-beginners, tried to stitch together what nature had tangled. Gossip spread faster than a plague, though this one was more about malformed eyebrows than fevers, fueling a feverish paranoia that the bloodlines themselves were cursed. Even the royal falconer swore the birds refused to perch on the twisted crowns of the afflicted, as if the very sky sensed the corruption below. By the time the Countess of Aragon waddled into the council chamber, clutching a porcelain doll with a missing eye, the kingdom's physicians were drafting a grim ledger of deformities, each entry more grotesque than the last. The court apothecary, a wiry man named Basil, muttered about genetic roulette while grinding herbs that smelled like damp earth and old socks. Rumors that the king's own cousin sported a third arm, rumored to be a perfect weapon for archery, made the court whisperers gasp in delight and horror alike. In taverns, peasants sang bawdy ballads about the nobles' twisted limbs, comparing them to the twisted plot of a certain popular fantasy series where everyone dies for drama. Yet, amid the macabre chorus, a solitary voice rose, an alchemist named Meles, whose lab smelled of burnt copper and fresh rosemary, promising a cure that might finally silence the chorus of groans. The royal banquet was set beneath a vaulted ceiling, dripping with golden chandeliers that threw glittering shards of light onto polished oak tables piled high with roasted boar, spiced figs, and goblets of honeyed wine. As the nobles lifted their goblets, a chorus of coughs and wheezes rose, each sound a reminder of the hidden deformities lurking behind silk sleeves. Meles slipped into the hall, her cloak trailing a faint scent of ozone, and placed a crystal vial on the king's platter with a flourish that would make a magician on a late-night talk show jealous. The serum inside glowed a deep crimson, its surface rippling like a tiny storm, and she claimed it was brewed from the blood of distant, non-related lineages. Essentially, the medieval equivalent of a DNA test from a random stranger on a dating app. The court fell silent, the only noise the clink of silverware and the distant howl of a wolf, as everyone wondered whether this miracle would save them or turn the feast into a scene from a medieval horror flick. When the king lifted the vial, his trembling hand caught the candlelight, scattering amber sparks across the marble floor like fireflies at a midnight rave. He stared at his own reflection in the polished surface, seeing a crown of twisted bones and a lineage that resembled a tangled ball of yarn more than a noble pedigree. "Do we cling to purity?" he demanded, voice cracking like old parchment. "Or do we gamble on this alchemical gamble and marry the unknown?" The courtiers exchanged nervous glances, some clutching their pearls, others clutching their swords, as the scent of burnt incense mingled with the sweet perfume of the serum. In that charged moment, the banquet turned into a theatrical showdown worthy of a Shakespearean tragedy, with the fate of the realm hanging on a single, crimson drop. At last, the king tipped the vial, letting the liquid cascade over his wrist, its warmth spreading like a sunrise through frost-bitten stone. The crowd gasped as the crimson seeped into his skin, and for a heartbeat the hall was silent. Then a ripple of relief rippled through the nobles, their twisted limbs seeming to straighten, their faces smoothing like newly polished armor. Meles bowed, whispering that the blood of strangers had become the kingdom's new lifeblood, a reminder that sometimes the best alliances come from the most unexpected sources. Think of it as a medieval version of the Avengers assembling, but with less spandex and more plague masks. The royal family, now bearing a hint of fresh vigor, pledged to forge marriages beyond the usual cousin-cousin circles, opening doors to distant lands and fresh genes. As the banquet resumed, the scent of roasted boar mingled with the faint metallic tang of the serum, and the nobles toasted to a future where their bloodlines were as diverse as the tapestry on the great hall walls, proving that even in the darkest of times, a little alchemical humor can rewrite destiny. The great hall still reeked of spilled mead and burnt incense when Queen Elena rose from her throne, her crown glinting like a stubborn firefly. She slammed her fist on the oak table, startling the nervous courtiers, and declared that the kingdom would no longer breed like a rabbit farm locked in a cellar. Instead, she ordered marriages with houses whose banners fluttered from distant valleys, far enough that their bloodlines would be as mixed as a medieval stew. The whispering tapestries seemed to sigh with relief, as if the walls themselves were tired of hearing the same old genealogical bragging. Even the castle mice paused their scurrying, perhaps sensing a change in the scent of power. Messengers in mud-splattered cloaks rode out to the Duchy of Savoy, the County of Flanders, and even the distant March of Galicia, each bearing the Queen's seal like a tinder swipe. They arrived to the clang of blacksmiths and the smell of fresh-cut pine, where lords eyed the proposal with the same suspicion they reserved for a new ale. One duke, a burly man who collected exotic furs like a kid hoards Pokémon cards, raised an eyebrow and asked whether his heir would inherit a cursed chin or just a better sense of humor. Elena, never one to mince words, replied that the only curse would be a lineage so boring it would put a minstrel to sleep. The envoys laughed, the lords nodded, and the ink dried on parchments that smelled faintly of rosemary and ambition. The first wedding took place beneath a vaulted chapel roof that dripped with the scent of incense and damp stone, the couple's hands trembling like nervous squirrels. When the distant countess from Galicia stepped onto the aisle, Her dress swished with colors that reminded the onlookers of a sunrise over a battlefield. Bright, hopeful, and a little terrifying. The choir sang a hymn that sounded suspiciously like a medieval remix of All You Need Is Love, and the banquet hall erupted in a chorus of clanking goblets and uproarious toasts. Servants passed trays of roasted boar, its fat crackling like fireworks, while the air filled with the sweet rot of spilled wine and the sharp bite of fresh garlic. Even the court jester, who usually mocked the queen's hair, whispered, "Finally, a plot twist worthy of Game of Thrones," and the crowd roared with delighted irony. Months later, the newborn prince arrived with a cry that sounded like a battle horn, and a scent of newborn skin mixed with the lingering perfume of lavender sachets. His cheeks bore the ruddy hue of a freshly plucked apple, and his eyes flickered with the mischief of both his English forebears and his Galician mother's wild spirit. Nurses swore they could feel a stronger pulse in his veins, as if his blood carried the stamina of a horse and the cunning of a fox rolled into one. The court physicians, who had spent decades cataloging hereditary curses, whispered in awe that the child's lineage might finally break the family's tradition of brittle knees and tragic love triangles. Even the castle's resident cat, a scarred tabby named Sir Whiskers, seemed to purr louder, as if approving the new genetic cocktail. As the sun set over the ramparts, painting the stone with a gold that smelled of pine sap and distant fires, Queen Elinor stood on the balcony and watched the children play. She felt a strange, hopeful thrum in her chest, like the first note of a lute before a song that promises adventure. The kingdom, once tangled in a web of incestuous intrigue, now breathed a fresher air, tinged with the spice of foreign markets and the promise of stronger heirs. She smiled, recalling the old proverb that a dynasty is only as strong as the blood that runs through it, and realized that mixing the blood was the best recipe. No need for a medieval chef's secret sauce. With a wink to the heavens, she whispered, "Let the next generation be as resilient as a dragon and as witty as a bard on a tavern stage." And the night answered with a chorus of crickets and distant drums. The veil of morning mist curled like a ghostly tapestry over the stone walls of Aquitaine, muffling the clatter of hooves and the gossip of market stalls. In that damp hush, Queen Elinor, part troubadour, part battlefield commander, strode through the courtyard, her cloak a banner of lavender and ambition. She laughed at the idea that a woman could steer a kingdom, flashing a smile that smelled of roasted boar and fresh ink. Beside her, the whispered legend of Empress Matilda flickered like a candle in a draught, promising a civil war that would make Game of Thrones look like a tea party. And far to the south, the future Queen Isabella of Castile practiced her swordplay under a sky that tasted of iron and orange blossom, already plotting a union that would reshape continents. Elinor's court was a riot of colors, silk banners snapping in the wind, minstrels strumming lutes that sang of love and betrayal, and cooks hurling fragrant stews into massive cauldrons. She commanded her vassals with the sharp bite of a hawk's talon, demanding loyalty while sipping wine that tasted of crushed berries and stale politics. When the French king tried to dim her star, she answered with a witty retort that left his advisers blushing harder than the sunrise over the Loire. Her marriage to Henry Plantagenet turned the English throne into a chessboard, and she moved pieces with the confidence of a gamer who just discovered cheat codes. Yet beneath the glitter of festivals, Elinor's letters whispered of a secret, genes that would later surface in the veins of distant monarchs, like a hidden Easter egg in a medieval video game. Matilda, the empress who never wore a crown, grew up in a castle that smelled of damp stone and ambition, her childhood toys replaced by legal scrolls and battle maps. When her father, Henry I, named her his heir, the nobles scoffed, muttering that a woman ruling was as likely as a dragon becoming a pastry chef. Undeterred, Matilda rallied an army that marched to the beat of clanking armor and the occasional squeak of a terrified horse's saddle. She faced Stephen of Blois in a war of sieges that left towns smoldering, the air thick with ash and the bitter scent of burned wheat. Even in defeat, her bloodline slipped like a secret password into the veins of later dynasties, a genetic breadcrumb trail that modern scholars chase like detectives hunting for the One Ring. Isabella of Castile, the future queen who would sponsor Columbus, grew up hearing the clatter of swords and the soft lullaby of olive trees swaying in the Andalusian wind. She wielded a rosary and a rapier with equal flair, her prayers rising like incense, while she ordered the construction of cathedrals that smelled of fresh limestone and sweat. When she married Ferdinand of Aragon, the two monarchs plotted a marriage alliance that felt like a Marvel crossover. Two heroes joining forces to battle the villainous Moors and the bureaucracy of the papacy. Her court was a banquet of spices, roasted pork, and the occasional squeal of a pig being prepared for a feast, the scent mingling with the distant echo of church bells. Behind the regal facade, Isabella kept a ledger of bloodlines, noting how her children inherited not just titles but a genetic spark that would one day light up the new world. Now, as the mist lifts over the ancient archives, a band of scholars and rogue genealogists set out to untangle these tangled strands of royalty. Armed with DNA sequencers that hum like restless beetles and parchment maps that smell of mildew, they trace Eleanor's lavender cloak, Matilda's iron will, and Isabella's fiery ambition through centuries of marrow. Each discovery feels like finding a hidden cheat code. A mutation that gave Eleanor a keen eye for diplomacy, a stubborn allele that made Matilda a born strategist, and a resilient gene that propelled Isabella to fund voyages. The journey is messy. Blood spatter on ancient swords, the acrid bite of old ink, and the occasional surprise that a royal ancestor once sneezed on a banquet and started a plague. Yet the reward is priceless, a living tapestry where the crowns of 3 formidable queens glow in the DNA of modern leaders, reminding us that history is not just written in stone, but in the very cells that pulse beneath our skin. In the flickering glow of 12th century scriptoria, monks whispered about queens like they were secret weapons, their ink-stained fingers tracing marriage contracts as if mapping battle plans. The scent of beeswax candles mixed with the sour tang of spilled ale as chroniclers recorded alliances that would stitch together kingdoms like a medieval patchwork quilt. Every parchment crackle seemed to echo the clatter of hooves on cobblestones, reminding listeners that power was as much about who you wed as what you wore. These scribes, armed with quills and gossip, set the stage for a story that would later crawl out of the earth in petri dishes. Little did they know their ink-spattered tales would become the DNA breadcrumbs for future scientists. Enter Eleanor of Aquitaine, the original queen conqueror who swapped the rose-laden courts of France for the rugged castles of England like a rock star, changing record labels. Her marriage to Louis VII fizzled like a damp fire, But her second union with Henry II ignited a dynastic inferno that sent their offspring spilling across Europe like confetti at a royal wedding. Courtiers gasped as she rode into tournaments on a chestnut stallion, her perfume of lavender and sweat trailing behind like a scented warning sign. The gossip-laden halls of Poitiers buzzed with rumors that her blood carried a spark capable of lighting thrones from Paris to Prague. In every banquet hall, a forkful of meat might have carried a sliver of Eleanor's genetic fire, seasoning the future with her fierce resolve. Fast forward to a sterile lab in Copenhagen, where modern geneticists don white coats that smell faintly of disinfectant and stale coffee, ready to chase the ghost of Eleanor's genome. They grind ancient teeth and hair into powder, the gritty dust reminding them of the battlefield's mud that once soaked royal boots. With sequencers humming like a chorus of medieval lyres, they map alleles, tiny genetic verses, that whisper of alliances, betrayals, and a surprising link to a current European monarch who now prefers selfies to scepters. The scientists grin, half in triumph, half in disbelief, when a DNA strand reveals that a 13th century queen's cheekbones still haunt the red carpet of a modern fashion show. It's as if the past sent a cheeky postcard saying, "I'm still here, just with better lighting." Back in the medieval courts, intrigue simmered hotter than a pot of stew left unattended over an open fire. Poisoned goblets clinked, their metallic tang mingling with the sweet aroma of roasted boar, while secret lovers whispered plans in shadowed alcoves that smelled of damp stone and incense. One queen's desperate scream echoed through the great hall when a rival's plot unfolded, her silk gown stained with crimson that seeped into the tapestry's fibers like an indelible stain on history. Yet even as swords clanged and vows were broken, the very blood spilled on the floor seeped into the earth, later to be harvested by those curious scientists. The irony is delicious. The same blood that once fueled wars now fuels charts and graphs, turning brutal drama into data points. Thus the threads of power weave through centuries, stitching queens, chroniclers, and DNA analysts into a single, tangled tapestry that could rival any Game of Thrones plot twist. The scent of ink, iron, and incense lingers, reminding us that behind every regal portrait lies a story of love, ambition, and a stubborn strand of DNA refusing to fade. As modern heirs sip espresso in sleek offices, they unknowingly carry the same stubborn gene that once made a queen storm a cathedral's doors. The legacy is both grand and gritty, a reminder that history isn't just marble statues, but also the messy, glorious mess of human flesh. In the end, the queen's genetic legacies are the ultimate proof that power, like a well-spun yarn, never truly unravels. The story begins in a damp stone hall of the Abbey of St. Alaric, where a moth-eaten tapestry hangs like a secret waiting to be unraveled. Its threads, dyed with the deep crimson of spilled wine, form a cryptic coat of arms that no chronicler can name. When Sister Maud brushes away centuries of dust, a glint of gold catches her eye, a tiny, almost invisible sigil of a queen long erased from the record books. Rumors swirl that the fabric hides a DNA-coded heirloom, a literal royal fingerprint stitched into cloth. The air smells of incense and mildew, and the monks mutter that meddling with bloodlines is a sin worse than stealing the choir's cheese. Driven by curiosity and a hunger for scandal, The young scribe Tomas embarks on a perilous pilgrimage to the distant mountain monastery of Monteferrata. He trudges through pine-scented snow, his boots squelching in slush that smells of rot and pine sap, while the wind howls like a choir of banshees. Inside the vaulted library, monks guard ancient vellum scrolls that crackle like old vinyl when unfurled, each whispering the names of queens who ruled with iron fists and silk gowns. Tomas discovers a hidden alcove behind a statue of St. Gregory, where a silver key glints beneath a puddle of stale ale that the monks apparently used for holy hydration. He pockets the key, feeling the cold metal bite his palm, and hears a distant chant that sounds suspiciously like a medieval version of a rap battle. The key leads him to the royal vault beneath the castle of Lothar, a dank labyrinth where the stone walls sweat condensation like a nervous teenager. Guarded by a squad of grizzled knights who look as if they've been plucked straight from a Game of Thrones casting call, the entrance is sealed with a massive oak door that reeks of rotting leather and old horse dung. As Tomas forces the lock, rival treasure hunters, two flamboyant nobles who call themselves the Scarlet Sisters, despite being men, sneak in, their cloaks fluttering like overdramatic superhero capes. A tense standoff erupts, swords clanging against armor, while the vault's ancient torches sputter, casting grotesque shadows that dance like they're auditioning for a horror flick. In the chaos, a hidden compartment springs open, revealing a glass vial filled with a viscous, amber liquid that smells faintly of iron and stale figs. The amber liquid, as Tomas soon learns, is a preserved sample of royal blood sealed centuries ago by Queen Eleanor of the White Rose, whose lineage was supposedly snuffed out after a scandal involving a loved child and a misplaced crown. Modern scholars would call it a genetic heirloom, but to Tomas it feels like a medieval version of a celebrity's DNA kit. Think Game of Thrones meets The Real Housewives of Versailles. He lifts the vial, feeling the slick glass against his skin, and the scent of ancient blood mingles with the dank odor of the vault, making his stomach churn like a cauldron of sour ale. As he pockets the precious cargo, a sudden roar of laughter echoes from the rafters. The Scarlet Sisters have turned the vault into a karaoke bar, belting out a medieval rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody to distract the guards. Tomas smirks, realizing that the true treasure isn't just the blood itself, but the chaotic drama that surrounds any claim to a queen's hidden legacy. With the vial secured, Tomas races back through moonlit forests, the wind now whispering conspiratorial verses about power, betrayal, and the smell of wet wool. He reaches the abbey just as dawn paints the stained glass with a kaleidoscope of blood red and gold, and the monks, half asleep, stare at the glittering vial as if it were a cursed relic from a Netflix horror series. Tomas reveals the secret heirloom, and the monks gasp, their robes rustling like popcorn kernels in a medieval microwave. The hidden queen's DNA promises a line of descendants who could claim thrones, but also invites endless squabbles, as rival houses already plot to steal or destroy the evidence, turning the legacy into a medieval version of a reality TV showdown. In the end, the tapestry's silent threads have spoken. The true heirloom is not a crown or a claim, but the messy, glorious, and utterly human drama that follows any royal blood wherever it drips. The stone vault smells of damp limestone and old incense, its arches dripping with the echo of centuries. Flickering torchlight dances on copper coils, while a team of paleontologists hunched over a table of brittle bone fragments. One fragment, a knobby femur from a 13th century queen, catches the light like a relic of royalty. The lead scientist, Dr. Marlowe, wipes the grime from her gloves and whispers, "Let's see what secrets you still hold." The air hums with the low whir of a sequencer, ready to turn ash into ancestry. The sequencer sputters, then roars, spitting out strings of genetic code that look like neon graffiti on a black screen. As the data scrolls, a gasp ripples through the lab. The DNA matches a living monarch who sits on a throne half a world away. It isn't just any ruler. It's the current king of a tiny island nation, his lineage traced back to the very queens whose crowns once glittered in cathedral light. The revelation feels like finding a medieval selfie on Instagram, except the filter is a microscope. The team clutches their coffee mugs like holy relics, aware they've just bridged a millennium with a single gene. The news spreads faster than a court rumor, slipping into the marble corridors of the ancient palace where tapestries whisper of bloodlines. Priests mutter prayers, fearing that a lab coat has stolen the divine right of kings, while historians clutch their dusty tomes, delighted at the proof of their theories. A council convenes, the air thick with incense and the sour tang of polished wood, debating whether to crown the king anew or to cast the findings into the abyss. One noble, with a grin sharper than a rapier, jokes that the queen's DNA must have been the original royal flush. Tension crackles like static, a showdown between parchment prophecy and polymer chips. Meanwhile, the king himself watches the report on a sleek tablet, eyes widening as if a dragon just appeared on his kitchen wall. He mutters, "So I'm part Eleanor of Aquitaine. That's cooler than any superhero origin." The scientists, half amused and half horrified, compare the situation to a medieval version of Game of Thrones meets Jurassic Park. A cheeky intern sends a meme to the press, a crown perched on a double helix, captioned DNA, the ultimate royal accessory. Laughter erupts, but underneath it lies the uneasy feeling that history just got a very messy makeover. In the vaulted lab, the torches flicker out, leaving only the cold glow of screens that now display a queen's heartbeat in code. The scent of ozone mixes with the lingering musk of old bones, a reminder that the past is not dead, just waiting in the Petri dish. Outside, the kingdom's banners flutter in the wind, their colors suddenly charged with a genetic echo that no minstrel can sing. The clash between tradition and science settles like dust on ancient stone. Some will polish it, others will sweep it away. And somewhere, a descendant of those medieval queens raises a glass, toasting the strange, glorious mess that is her own DNA. The ancient stones of Westminster whispered their secret as a team of genetic sleuths cracked open a dusty vellum and a modern DNA sequencer. In the dim glow of fluorescent tubes, the lab smelled of ozone and stale coffee, a far cry from the incense-laden courts of Eleanor of Aquitaine. When the results flickered onto the screen, a gasp rose louder than a medieval troubadour's lute. The data stitched together a lineage that spanned centuries, linking a 12th century queen to a present-day barista in Manchester. It was as if history had just swiped right on its own long-lost love story. Eleanor, Blanche, and Margaret, each a queen who ruled with iron will and a penchant for scandal, had left more than stone castles and embroidered tapestries. Their reigns echoed with the clatter of armor, the scent of boiled cabbage at feasts, and the occasional scandalous whisper about secret lovers. Yes, even queens had Tinder before it existed. They forged trade routes, commissioned cathedrals, and, legend says, taught their cooks how to turn overcooked porridge into a delicacy. Their blood, now mapped in a Petri dish, carried the stubborn grit of those battles and banquets. The revelation felt like discovering that the queen who ordered the Great Famine also invented the medieval version of a mic drop. The scientists, wearing lab coats that smelled faintly of formaldehyde, ran the samples through a genome decoder that hummed like a dragon's belly. As the algorithm churned, the room filled with the soft whir of fans and the occasional clink of test tubes, sounds that could rival the clatter of a medieval market. When the final chart emerged, it painted a vivid tapestry of alleles, each a tiny flag marking a queen's triumph or tragedy. The team tasted triumph in the air, a metallic tang like fresh blood on a battlefield, mixed with the sweet relief of solving a mystery older than the Black Death. It was a moment where science and saga collided like two knights charging at a joust. Descendants, from a Scottish bagpiper to a Korean pop star, gathered under a banner that read, "Our queens, our roots." They tasted the smoky aroma of roasted boar at a reunion feast, feeling the same primal satisfaction that once filled banquet halls. Laughter rang out as they compared royal lineage charts to family trees on Instagram, complete with hashtags like number royal roots and number crown and cousins. Some felt a pang of irony. Imagine a medieval queen's great-great-grandson now streaming video games while wearing a crown-shaped headset. Yet the shared heritage wrapped around them like a warm, heavy cloak, comforting and oddly familiar. When the final toast was raised, the clink of goblets sounded like the closing chords of a medieval ballad, echoing across time. The mystery that had lingered like a stubborn stain on a tapestry finally dissolved, leaving behind a sense of closure as satisfying as a freshly baked loaf. The Queen's stories, once locked in dusty chronicles, now lived on in DNA, in jokes about royal drama, and in the occasional meme of a crown-wearing cat. History, it seemed, had finally gotten its overdue sequel. Think Game of Thrones meets The Crown, but with actual genealogical credit rolls. And so, with a grin and a sigh, the living descendants embraced their shared legacy, stepping forward as the living bridge between stone-cold thrones and the warm hum of modern life. The first light of dawn slipped through the veil of Valoria's perpetual mist like a thief in a silk robe, and Prince Alaric stood on the cold stone balcony, feeling the weight of centuries settle on his shoulders. In his palm he cradled the bloodstone, a jagged ruby the size of a robin's egg that pulsed with a faint crimson glow, humming like a heart that refused to die. The stone's scent, sharp as iron and sweet as old wine, filled his nostrils, reminding him that royalty was as much a curse as a crown. Servants whispered that the relic could seal the royal line against plague, betrayal, and even bad hair days. Alaric tightened his grip, half expecting the stone to whisper back, but it only flickered, as stubborn as a cat refusing a bath. Later that day, the castle's vaulted library smelled of parchment, dust, and the faint musk of forgotten secrets. And there she was, Lady Selene, hair the color of midnight ink, eyes sharp enough to cut through a genealogy chart like a butter knife. She wore a robe embroidered with tiny family trees, each leaf a tiny sigil, and carried a massive ledger that looked like it could double as a shield in a tavern brawl. "You hold the blood stone, your highness," she said with a grin that suggested she had already plotted its resale value on the black market. Seleni's voice rang clear, echoing off the stone arches, and she tossed a quip about the stone being the medieval equivalent of a smartphone, always tracking your lineage, never letting you ghost your ancestors. Alaric laughed, the sound ricocheting like a clank of armor, and felt oddly relieved to have a scholar who could read a family tree faster than a Netflix binge. Selene unfurled the ledger with a flourish, revealing inked arrows that linked Valoria to the neighboring houses of Brackenmore, Ironfen, and the slyly named House of Whispering Vines. She traced a line from a recent marriage pact between the Ironfen Duke's son and a distant cousin of the Valorian line, noting how the union would sprinkle non-royal blood into the royal veins like cheap glitter on a wedding dress. "They call it a diplomatic alliance," Selene whispered, "but it's really a genetic smoothie, blend in a dash of commoner, a pinch of mercenary, and you get a dynasty that's as diluted as a weak ale." The irony was thick enough to taste. The very houses that swore fealty to the crown were plotting to make the crown's blood as bland as porridge. Alaric felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, as if the stone itself had turned a shade darker in protest. Determined not to let his lineage become a medieval version of a reality TV mash-up, Alaric summoned his most trusted knights and plotted a counter-move that would make Machiavelli blush. He proposed a grand tournament, inviting every noble house to compete for the hand of his beloved, an imaginary princess named after a pop culture heroine, because why not channel a little Princess Leia swagger? The idea was to force the houses to showcase pure blood through feats of strength, archery, and, most importantly, public oaths sworn on the blood stone itself, which would crack if a liar touched it, much like a superhero's sidekick that squeals when the villain is near. Selene chuckled, noting that the plan was as risky as handing a cat a laser pointer, but also as brilliant as a dragon's fireworks display. The castle courtyard erupted with the clamor of hooves, steel, and the occasional squeal of a peacock that had somehow been invited for moral support. As twilight draped the kingdom in a violet shawl, the blood stone settled into its ceremonial cradle, its glow now steady, like a lighthouse refusing to be dimmed by gossip. The nobles gathered, their robes rustling like dead leaves, and each swore their oath, feeling the stone's warm pulse against their palms, a sensation that reminded them of a heartbeat, or perhaps a cheap espresso shot in the morning. When the last pledge was spoken, a hush fell over the crowd, broken only by the distant howl of wolves and the occasional clink of a goblet spilling cheap ale. Alaric glanced at Selene, who raised an eyebrow in a silent, "Told you so," that could have powered a small village. The crown's heirloom, he realized, was not just a glittering rock, but a reminder that purity is a story we tell ourselves. And sometimes, the best defense is a good joke and a well-timed tournament. The great hall of Castle Vargan thrummed with the clatter of armor and the sour scent of spilled ale. Torches sputtered, casting jittery shadows that danced across banners emblazoned with the lion claw sigil of House Alaric. At the high table, the king's beard glistened with the remnants of a midnight feast, while his eyes flickered like candle flames over his courtiers. Alaric, the king's only son, sat stiff upright, his gauntlet-clad hands gripping the edge of his seat as if it might launch him into battle. Little did anyone suspect that his mind was already wandering far beyond the stone walls, into a garden where forbidden roses grew. Under a moon that looked like a cracked silver coin, Alaric slipped through the cloistered vines to the moonlit gazebo where Myrla waited. She wore a gown of midnight blue that rustled like a whispered secret, and her hair smelled of rosemary and river mud, an intoxicating blend that made his pulse race. Their conversation fluttered between poetry and politics, each word a dagger sheathed in silk, each laugh a rebellion against the blood purity edicts. When Myrla brushed his cheek with a fingertip still stained by the garden's damp earth, Alaric felt the world tilt, as if the castle's stone foundations had turned to quicksand. In that stolen moment, the future seemed as pliable as the wilted petals at their feet, and the thought of a life bound by duty tasted sourer than the stale bread they shared. By sunrise, gossip slithered through the corridors like rats, coating every tapestry with the stench of scandal. Servants muttered that Myrla's lineage traced back to a merchant family who once sold counterfeit silk, a heritage the nobles deemed as impure as a tavern's floor. Lady Brienne, ever the court's unofficial gossip router, spread the rumor that Alaric had been seen swapping love letters for love potions, prompting a chorus of sighs that sounded suspiciously like a medieval boy band. The king's advisers, whose faces were as tight as a lute string, warned that any alliance with the Lyris house would stain the royal bloodline like spilled wine on a white tablecloth. Yet Alaric could not shake the feeling that the very notion of pure blood was as flimsy as a parchment scroll after a rainstorm. When the king rose on the dais, his voice cracked like an old war horn, announcing that Alaric would be wed to his distant cousin, Lady Isolde of the frost-veiled marches. Isolde, famed for knitting scarves so thick they could strangle a war horse, arrived with a retinue that smelled of pine resin and cold iron. The court erupted in polite applause, their clapping sounding like the rustle of moth-eaten banners, while Alaric's stomach churned with the sourness of spoiled milk. The king handed Alaric a sealed parchment, its wax seal stamped with a lion that seemed to sneer, and declared the marriage a strategic bond to keep the northern borders from freezing over. As the decree echoed through the stone arches, Alaric imagined his future as a puppet on strings, each tug pulled by a hand that never learned how to hug. That night, Alaric paced the cold stone corridor, his boots echoing like a marching army of doubts. He could hear Myrla's soft humming drifting from the garden, a melody that reminded him of a medieval love ballad turned into a pop song chorus. Think love story with lutes. The choice loomed like a battlefield. Marry Isolde and secure his house's claim, or follow his heart and risk being branded a traitor, a scandal that would stick to his name like leprosy. In a burst of reckless courage, he scribbled a note to Myrla, sealing it with a drop of his own blood, a dramatic gesture that would make Shakespeare blush. Whether destiny would crown him a dutiful prince or a tragic romantic, the court would forever remember the day the forbidden union sparked a fire that even the king's iron will could not douse. The moon hung low over Castle Ravenshade, casting a silver grin on the crumbling battlements. Selene, queen-in-waiting, paced the cold stone hall, her mind a tangled knot of desperation and duty. Rumors whispered of a forgotten covenant that bound the royal blood to the ancient whispering forest, a pact older than the kingdom's first king. If the oath could be reclaimed, the line might survive the plague of bastard claimants that gnawed at the throne. She imagined the forest like a giant, leafy Wi-Fi router. If she could just find the password, the signal of legitimacy would flare back on. At dawn, Selene slipped into the mist with Alaric, the kingdom's grizzled commander whose scarred cheek resembled a battle-worn map. They rode through mud that smelled of rotten turnips and iron, the scent of fear hitching a ride on every gust. Before they reached the forest's edge, a band of cloaked assassins leapt from the shadows, their blades singing like a badly tuned lute. Alaric cracked a grin, shouting, "Looks like we've got a side quest," and slashed through the attackers with the elegance of a medieval Rambo. When the last assassin fell, a spray of blood painted the ground a vivid crimson, and Selene felt the irony of fighting for purity with such messiness. The whispering forest welcomed them with gnarled trunks that exhaled pine and decay, the air thick as a tavern after a rowdy feast. Deep within, a treacherous guide named Myrla, who claimed to be a descendant of the original Oath Keepers, offered them a shortcut, her smile as slippery as eel. Trusting her felt like believing a cat could do taxes, but the queen's desperation overrode caution. Myrla led them to the cursed river, its waters black as spilled ink, bubbling with a stench of rot and forgotten promises. When Selene stepped into the current, the river lashed back, trying to wash away her hopes like a laundry day gone rogue. And Alaric had to yank her out before she became a soggy footnote in history. Beyond the river, half submerged in mud, lay a stone altar etched with runes that glowed like neon signs in a medieval night. Selene brushed away centuries of slime, revealing the oath, a parchment sealed with the sigil of a silver stag, the kingdom's original emblem. She read the words aloud, her voice echoing through the trees, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for a Netflix series finale. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A hidden trap sprung, sending a cascade of sharp stones toward them, but Alaric dove, his armor clanking like a drumline on a battlefield. With the oath secured, the forest's ancient magic unfurled, wrapping the royal sigil in a luminous mist that smelled faintly of fresh rain on stone. The kingdom's chroniclers would later call it the Blood Pact, a promise sealed not by bloodshed, but by sheer stubbornness and a dash of luck. Back at Ravenshade, the council gasped when Selene presented the parchment, their faces turning greener than a goblin's envy. Alaric raised his mug, toasted, and muttered, "May the odds be ever in our favor," borrowing a line from a future space-faring rebel. And as the night settled, the castle's torches flickered, casting shadows that danced like medieval memes, reminding everyone that even the purest line can be tangled in a mess of mud, murder, and mischief. The thunder of trebuchet stones rattled the stone walls like a bad karaoke night in a castle courtyard. Alaric clutched the reclaimed oath, a parchment that smelled of burnt incense and old ink, his knuckles white as the moonlit battlements. Around him, the city's torches sputtered, casting jittery shadows that danced like nervous teenagers at a medieval rave. He could hear the distant clank of armor as rival lords' forces battered the gates, their war cries mingling with the hiss of boiling stew from the market stalls. With a deep breath that tasted of iron and fear, Alaric marched toward the king's council, ready to turn a siege into a showdown. The council chamber reeked of sweat, stale wine, and the faint perfume of powdered wigs, an odd combination for a war-torn kingdom. Lords in lacquered armor glared at each other, their gauntlets clinking like a broken percussion section in a rock concert. Alaric slammed the oath onto the oak table, the paper cracking like a record under a DJS needle, and the room fell silent save for the drip-drip of rain on the leaded windows. He pointed a trembling finger at the blood stone, a jagged gem that pulsed with a glow that reminded him of a cheap neon sign outside a 1980s arcade. The king's advisor sneered, "Purity is our shield." A line so pompous it could have been ripped from a superhero's origin speech. "Purity?" Alaric laughed, the sound echoing like a jester's cough, and he peeled back the myth with a grin sharper than a sword's edge. He recounted how the stone had once saved a famine by uniting rival clans, their blood mixing in a communal feast that tasted of roasted boar and bitter regret. The council's faces twisted, the irony as thick as the stew that now boiled over, spilling crimson broth onto the floor. He declared that the stone's true power lay not in a single line of ancestry, but in the chorus of many voices singing the same battle hymn. A murmur rose, half awe, half dread, as the realization settled like dust on ancient tapestries. The rival lords, hearing the truth, surged forward like a herd of caffeinated goats, their banners snapping in the wind. Alaric seized the moment, ripping the oath in half and tossing the pieces into the fire, a dramatic gesture that would make any reality TV hero blush. Sparks flew, illuminating the council's horrified faces and the blood stone's glow, which now flickered like a dying smartphone screen. "If we cling to purity, we die alone," he shouted, his voice cracking like a medieval microphone. "But if we break tradition, we might just survive." The kingdom's future hung on that breath, a tightrope stretched over a pit of snarling wolves and a buffet of stale bread. As the siege walls crumbled, the council finally lowered their swords, the clatter sounding like a tired applause after a long play. Alaric stepped outside, the night air smelling of wet stone and burnt pitch, and felt the weight of 1,000 ancestors lift like a bad curse being broken. The blood stone settled into the earth, its glow dimming into a soft ember that reminded him of a campfire scene from Lord of the Rings, except with fewer elves and more mud. He turned to the surviving lords, offering a toast of sour ale, joking that unity is the new black, and it pairs well with a splash of rebellion. The kingdom breathed a sigh that smelled of fresh rain, and somewhere in the distance, a minstrel began to play a jaunty tune, promising that the next chapter would be less about bloodlines and more about binge-watching history. The clang of the siege's last catapult echo faded into a hollow sigh as the walls of Ardent Keep finally breathed free. Alaric stood on the shattered parapet, his armor dented, and his hair smelling of ash and sweat, and with a voice that cracked like a tavern lute, he declared the ancient edicts void. He tossed the rusted scrolls into the fire, watching the flames devour the ink like gossip at a royal banquet. The crowd, half-starved and half-relieved, erupted in a roar that sounded like 1,000 wolves after a full moon. In that moment, the kingdom felt the first tremor of a new sunrise, not the blaze of war but the gentle glow of possibility. Myrla, whose eyes sparkled like polished amber, and whose laugh could cut through the gloom of a plague ward, stepped forward and slipped a simple copper band onto Alaric's finger. The ceremony was a mash-up of old-world pomp and a farmer's wedding. No choiring angels, just a fiddler who kept missing the beat and a goat that bleated on cue. As they kissed, a stray pigeon swooped down, dropping a soggy piece of bread that landed on Alaric's shoulder, prompting a chorus of chuckles from the assembled peasants. The irony was thick. The man who once swore by blood now pledged to a love that smelled of fresh bread and meadow herbs. Their union, whispered about in taverns as the royal rom-com, promised a future where lineage mattered less than laughter. Together they forged a new dynasty, one that welcomed the mingling of clans like a potluck where everyone brings a dish, no matter how strange the flavor. Alaric invited the blacksmith's daughter, the minstrel's son, and even the exiled sorcerer's kin to sit at the round table, each bearing a token of their heritage, iron, lyre strings, and a vial of moon-lit water. The court's tapestry, once a rigid display of pure blood coats of arms, now blossomed with interwoven threads of crimson, emerald, and gold, creating a pattern that looked suspiciously like a modern superhero logo. Courtiers who had once sniffed disdainfully at mixed blood now found themselves sneezing from the perfume of exotic spices that drifted from the kitchens. The palace corridors buzzed with the clatter of new ideas, and even the castle's stone walls seemed to sigh in relief, shedding the musty odor of old grudges. Healing spread through the kingdom like warm honey on a winter's loaf. Fields sprouted wheat that swayed to the rhythm of children's laughter, and market stalls overflowed with the scent of roasted chestnuts and fresh pine. In the heart of the ancient forest, the bloodstone, a deep red crystal that once pulsed with the arrogance of a single line, was lowered into a moss-covered altar, its surface catching the dappled sunlight like a dropped ruby in a puddle. The ceremony was accompanied by the chirping of crickets, the distant howl of a lone wolf, and the occasional snort of a boar rooting in the underbrush, reminding everyone that nature still held the louder microphone. As the stone settled, a gentle wind carried the faint aroma of lavender and iron, a reminder of both peace and the battles that forged it. Villagers knelt, not in subservience, but in awe of a symbol that now belonged to everyone, not just a chosen few. From that day forward, the realm thrummed with a rhythm that felt oddly familiar to fans of the legendary series, Game of Thrones. But without the endless betrayals, think more The Good Place meets Medieval Banquet. Farmers sang ballads about Alaric and Myrla's love, while scholars penned treaties that cited the bloodstone as a precedent for shared heritage, not exclusive rule. The kingdom's new motto, etched onto the city gates, read unity in diversity, and the stone's glow illuminated the night like a low-budget fireworks show that never failed to draw a crowd. Children chased each other around the forest, their laughter echoing like a chorus of tiny trumpets, while elders smoked pipes that smelled of peat and fresh pine, content in the knowledge that the old curses had finally been exorcised. In the soft amber of the new dawn, the people raised their cups, toasted the blended bloodlines, and whispered, "May our future be as bright as a dragon's selfie on a sunrise." The sun was sinking behind the ragged hills of Ireland as messengers trundled across muddy tracks, their satchels spilling parchment scented with ink and horse sweat. In the waning years of the 12th century, King Aldric of Ireland and Queen Merwen of Berenia stared down restless boarders that threatened to spill blood like cheap ale at a tavern brawl. Their councils, cramped in stone chambers that smelled of damp wool and burning tallow, whispered of a solution as old as the oak trees lining the road: marriage. Not the kind of love story sung by troubadours, but a calculated handshake sealed with a kiss and a crown. Thus began the curious dance of cousin unions, a medieval matchmaking service that would make modern dating apps blush. Enter the young heirs, Prince Leofric of Ireland, a lanky lad with a mop of unruly hair that smelled of fresh pine and mischief, and Princess Alara of Berenia, whose laughter rang like church bells and whose perfume lingered with hints of rosemary and roasted chestnuts. Their genealogists, scribes with ink-stained fingers, traced their bloodlines back to a shared ancestor, a warlord named Lord Garrick, whose beard was rumored to have been as thick as a castle wall. The revelation that Leofric and Alara were second cousins sparked a chorus of sighs, chuckles, and a few nervous glances at the royal kitchen where stew boiled over. The court jesters, ever opportunistic, began rehearsing a skit about family reunions gone royal, while the royal chefs prepared a feast that would soon be stained with both wine and the occasional stray grape. The stage was set, and the audience, nobles, peasants, and a particularly nosy goat, watched with bated breath. Behind the glitter of silk and the clink of goblets, a sharper strategy simmered like a pot of nettle soup. Advisers whispered that blood-shared ties could bind kingdoms tighter than any oath sworn on holy relics, because betrayal would mean turning on one's own kin, an act as unthinkable as eating a roast swan without sauce. Ironically, the very act of marrying close kin was a gamble, for too much shared DNA could produce heirs as fragile as parchment in a rainstorm. Yet the nobles, with their love of drama, embraced the risk, comparing the plan to a high-stakes game of chess where the queen also doubled as the knight. In the dim candlelight, they plotted a future where every treaty bore the scent of kinship, and every battlefield would be haunted by the ghost of a cousin once removed. The wedding day arrived with a fanfare of trumpets that rattled the castle's stone ribs and the occasional squeak of a mouse scurrying through the banquet hall. The chapel walls dripped with incense, a sweet, cloying perfume that clung to the throats of the assembled nobles like a persistent cough. As Leofric and Alara exchanged vows, a sudden gust blew open a window, sending a swirl of autumn leaves, crimson, gold, and the occasional soggy mushroom, dancing across the polished floor. The feast that followed was a cacophony of clattering plates, boisterous laughter, and the occasional burp that echoed louder than a minstrel's lute. By night's end, the air was thick with the smell of spiced wine, roasted boar, and the faint, unmistakable odor of fear that lingers when a kingdom's future is tied to a single, tangled family tree. As the revelry dwindled and the last candle sputtered out, the court's chroniclers scribbled down the night's events, already dubbing the union the bloodline gambit. Little did they know that future generations would whisper about this moment like fans gossip about a surprise cameo in a blockbuster film. Think Game of Thrones meets the Royal Tenenbaums. The irony was palpable. A strategy built on love like blood would later be blamed for wars that smelled of ash and desperation. Yet for that night, under a sky peppered with stars and the occasional owl hoot, the kingdoms of Ireland and Berenia felt as if they had finally found a shortcut to peace, one that required a shared DNA test and a willingness to ignore the occasional cousin-induced sneeze. And so, with the clink of goblets still ringing in their ears, the young royals stepped into a future where every handshake might also be a genetic handshake. When King Aldrich of Westmark wed Princess Elspeth of the sunlit duchy, the ink on their marriage contract smelled of fresh parchment and pine resin, but the real scent was the rustle of banners spreading like a fever across the continent. Each royal house, from the snow-capped peaks of Nordhelm to the sun-baked vineyards of Valoria, began swapping heirs like trading cards at a medieval flea market. The resulting web of kinship stretched tighter than a minstrel's lute string, humming with promises of mutual defense and shared spoils. Yet every new knot also tugged at an old rope, pulling distant cousins into the same cramped ballroom of power. In the great halls, torchlight flickered over tapestries that now featured faces that looked oddly familiar, as if the artists had run out of fresh models. Envoys in silk cloaks and mud-splattered boots shuffled across stone bridges, their voices echoing off the vaulted arches like gossip in a tavern. They hammered out treaties, while the clink of goblets and the sour tang of spilled ale punctuated every clause, a reminder that even lofty pacts were sealed with human frailty. Courtiers, perched on carved wooden stools, whispered that the bloodline was becoming as concentrated as a monk's brew of mead, potent, intoxicating, and liable to cause a hangover of rivalry. One messenger from the Eastern Kingdom joked that the next royal banquet would need a family reunion sign, because everyone would be bringing a brother, a cousin, and maybe a second cousin once removed. The irony was thick enough to choke on, like the smoke from a kitchen fire that never quite went out. Behind the gilded doors, hidden rivalries festered like mold on a damp cellar wall, their sour stench rising whenever a new marriage contract was signed. A duke once muttered that the royal family's gene pool was shrinking faster than a Netflix series after its third season, still popular, but everyone's watching the same plot twists. When the king's nephew, a handsome but clueless lad, proposed to the countess's daughter, the older generation winced, recalling the last time such close blood unions produced a warlord who could not tell a sword from a plowshare. The court jester, ever the opportunist, quipped that the family tree now resembled a pretzel, twisted into a shape no one could untangle without a good lawyer and a better sense of humor. The tension crackled like the static before a thunderstorm, ready to strike at the slightest misstep. In the corridors lined with tapestries depicting heroic battles, the scent of incense mingled with the acrid perfume of horse sweat and the occasional whiff of a royal bathroom mishap, proof that even kings had to deal with bodily functions. Courtiers, polishing silver goblets, exchanged glances that said, "Did you hear? The new heir is both my second cousin and my future brother-in-law. Talk about family planning." The murmurs grew louder as the chamberlain announced a feast to celebrate the latest union, promising roasted boar, spiced figs, and a side of political intrigue. A lady in an emerald gown laughed, noting that the banquet would be the medieval equivalent of a superhero crossover, only with more velvet and fewer capes. The room buzzed with a mixture of anticipation and dread, like the moment before a dragon's sneeze. By the time the ink dried on the final treaty, the continent resembled a tangled skein of silk ribbons. Each thread dyed with the same royal hue and knotted in ways that would make a modern genealogist weep. The concentration of power within a limited gene pool meant that a single scandal could ripple like a bad rumor about a cursed crown, threatening to topple multiple thrones at once. Yet the nobles toasted to their shared destiny, clinking goblets that sang a metallic chorus, oblivious to the fact that their future might be as fragile as a glassblower's masterpiece. In a twist worthy of a sitcom finale, the next heir was rumored to be born with a birthmark shaped like a dragon, a sign, some claimed, that the bloodline was ready for a fiery rebirth. And so the web of kin continued to spin, glittering under torchlight, while the world outside wondered whether history would repeat itself or finally learn to cut the cords. The court's gossip swirled like incense smoke around the newly crowned twins, heirs of a lineage so tangled that even the family tree resembled a knotty pretzel. Their skin bore the pallor of moonlit parchment, while a faint, sour odor of mildew clung to their cloaks, hinting at hidden infirmities. When Prince Alaric coughed, the sound cracked like a cracked lute string, and his sister, Lady Muriel, stumbled over her own feet as if the floor were a treacherous swamp. Servants whispered that the blood of their ancestors had become a cursed recipe, a medieval version of a bad genetic cocktail. Even the royal chef, who could turn a boar into a banquet, muttered that the twins' appetites were as fickle as a cat on a hot tin roof. The high clergy, robed in wool that smelled of old parchment and candle wax, raised their eyebrows at the twins' frailty, fearing divine retribution. Bishop Thaddeus, whose voice boomed like a cathedral organ, declared that the kingdom must pray lest the curse spread like a plague of rats. Meanwhile, the nobles, clad in furs that reeked of pine sap and sweat, began to mutter about succession, their tongues sharper than the daggers hidden beneath their sleeves. When Lord Herrick's son collapsed in the great hall, the echo of his gasp ricocheted off the stone, and accusations flew faster than a falcon on a hunt. The air grew thick with tension, the scent of spilled wine mixing with the metallic tang of fear. Alliances that once glittered like polished armor now cracked under the weight of suspicion, each noble house clutching its banner like a lifeline. At a banquet meant to seal a marriage pact, the chandeliers swayed as if the very heavens were uneasy, casting jittery shadows over nervous faces. A minstrel, strumming a lute with a broken string, sang a bawdy ballad about royal hiccups, and the court burst into nervous laughter that sounded like a chorus of squeaky doors. The king's steward, a wiry man whose breath smelled of ale and iron, whispered that the twins' ailments were a sign that the bloodline had been overcooked, like a souffle that never rose. Irony dripped from the banquet like spilled gravy, for the very families that had intermarried to cement peace now found themselves feasting on their own downfall. As winter's chill seeped through the stone walls, the kingdom's stability hung by a thread thinner than a spider's silk, trembling with every cough and sigh. Storm clouds gathered over the capital, thunder rumbling like a disgruntled dragon, while peasants huddled by fire pits that smelled of smoked meat and desperation. In the great hall, a council of lords argued with the fervor of a reality TV reunion, each accusing the other of genetic sabotage, as if they were plotting a heist in a heist movie. The king, pale as a parchment map, tried to rally his men, but his voice cracked like a record skipping on an old vinyl. Think Game of Thrones meets The Office when the boss loses his cool. Outside, the wind howled through the battlements, carrying the scent of wet stone and the distant clink of swords being sharpened for a conflict that might never come. When the twins finally succumbed to a fever that smelled of rot and rosemary, the kingdom exhaled a collective sigh that sounded like a sigh from a tired playwright. The curse, now fully unfurled like a banner of black silk, left the nobles scrambling for any air not tainted by the family's tangled roots. Some whispered that the only cure might be a marriage to a distant cousin from a land where the sun set on a different calendar, a punchline worthy of a medieval meme. Yet, amidst the chaos, a lone monk chuckled, noting that perhaps the real curse was the endless gossip that spread faster than any plague. And so the kingdom stood at a crossroads, its future as uncertain as a dragon's mood, while the curse, still lingering like the smell of burnt toast, continued to unfold. The great hall of Ravenskeep smelled of stale incense and dying roses as King Alaric, a man whose crown was as cracked as his knees, took his final breath. He had spent his reign chasing the ghost of a distant line of heirs, only to find the parchment of succession blank. When the royal physician whispered that the king died without a clear heir, the court erupted like a barrel of overripe mead. The only living branches of the royal oak traced back to a single great-grandfather, a war lord who once rode a horse the size of a wagon. Now his tangled saplings, cousins with more shared DNA than a medieval version of a family reunion, were poised to inherit a throne that smelled of mildew and ambition. First came Lord Rowan, a hulking knight with a scar shaped like a question mark across his cheek, brandishing the claim that his mother's mother was the king's sister. Hot on his heels, Lady Selene, sharp-tongued, quick-witted, and armed with a rapier that sang like a lute, asserted that her father's father was the same sister, making her the other half of the same blood soup. Both cousins traced their lineage to the same great-grandfather, a fact that made the kingdom's genealogists choke on their ink. They each raised armies. Rowan's men roared like a herd of boars fed on fermented cabbage, while Selene's soldiers moved with the precision of a well-rehearsed marching band. Think Game of Thrones meets Lord of the Rings, but with more mud. The rivalry turned the countryside into a giant chessboard, each pawn hoping not to become a pawn shop's next victim. As banners fluttered like angry seagulls over the fields of Grayfen, the clash of steel sang a discordant lullaby that rattled the very stones of ancient castles. Villagers whispered that the war was a cursed echo of the great-grandfather's own blood lust, a reminder that inbreeding can turn noble blood into a tangled knot of doom. The scent of burnt wheat and spilled ale hung heavy, while the cries of wounded horses mingled with the occasional, oddly comedic squeak of a broken lute. Even the court jesters, who usually juggled flaming torches, found themselves juggling the grim reality that their jokes about family reunions were now terrifyingly literal. Soon the whole continent watched, half horrified, half fascinated, as two branches of the same twisted tree tried to outgrow each other in a frenzy of swords and scandal. The war's climax settled on the crumbling citadel of Stormwatch, a fortress perched on a cliff that smelled of sea salt and old secrets. Rowan's siege engines belched smoke like a dragon with a chronic cough, while Selene's engineers rigged catapults to hurl barrels of rotten cheese, because nothing demoralizes an army faster than a stinky surprise. Inside the walls, the defenders huddled over cold stew, listening to the distant thuds that sounded suspiciously like a bass drop at a medieval rave. When the main gate finally gave way, it did so with a groan that reminded everyone of a tired old knight sighing after a long day of questing, if that knight were also a particularly stubborn door. The final melee felt like a chaotic mash-up of Gladiator, and a family dinner gone wildly off script, with swords clashing, curses flying, and a stray pigeon delivering a love letter to the wrong side. At dawn, the blood-slick stones of the courtyard reflected a new ruler. Selene, crown askew, holding a sword that seemed to whisper, "I told you so." Rowan lay mortally wounded, his last breath a sigh that smelled faintly of pine tar and regret. The kingdom's chroniclers later wrote that the war taught the realm a harsh lesson. When your family tree is more like a pretzel, you're bound to get tangled. Bards sang of the siege with a wink, comparing the outcome to a reality TV finale where the contestants are cousins who can't stop fighting over the remote control of the throne. And so the crown passed, not to a distant, fresh bloodline, but to the very same tangled roots that had sprouted the conflict, reminding everyone that sometimes the most dangerous alliances are those you inherit at birth. The banners of Queen Elspeth snapped in the wind like a chorus of triumphant trumpets as she rode through the mud-splattered courtyard of Castle Harrogate. Her steel-capped boots kicked up the scent of damp earth and spilled ale, while the surviving lords stared, half in awe and half in the kind of bewildered horror you get when you realize your favorite sitcom just got canceled. Victory tasted like iron and honey, iron from the swords still slick with blood, honey from the whispered promises of a new era. Around the great hearth, the torchlight flickered over faces etched with both relief and the lingering dread of the recent civil strife. Elspeth lifted her crown, and the crowd let out a collective sigh that sounded suspiciously like a relieved exhale after a marathon of political drama. In the great hall, the queen unfurled a parchment that crackled louder than a dragon's sneeze, announcing new marriage statutes that barred close-kin unions tighter than a miser's purse. She declared with a wry smile that no more cousins could swap rings like they were swapping cheap goblets at a tavern. The law would treat incest like a plague, something to be quarantined, not celebrated. The assembled nobles muttered, their eyebrows raising like startled owls, while a jittery scribe tried to keep his quill from dancing off the page. Elspeth's decree was signed with a flourish that smelled faintly of ink and fresh parchment, a scent that reminded everyone that bureaucracy could be as intoxicating as a barrel of mead. The irony was not lost on the court jester, who whispered that the queen was now playing matchmaker for the kingdom's genetic future. Think Game of Thrones meets a medieval version of The Bachelor. Chroniclers, those medieval Instagram influencers with feathered pens, hurried to record the lessons of the turmoil, their ink-staining fingers like battlefield grime. They described the clamor of swords, the acrid smoke of burning banners, and the unsettling silence that followed each betrayal, capturing the rawness of a kingdom that had almost cooked itself in its own ambition. One scribe, whose nose was perpetually clogged by the stench of rotting corpses and spilled wine, wrote that the new statutes felt like a fresh coat of paint on a house that still leaked from the roof. Their chronicles mixed solemn warnings with a dash of gallows humor. If you thought your cousin's jokes were bad, try marrying him. The pages, now yellowed, still echo with the clack of quills and the occasional cough from a chronicler who'd inhaled too much battlefield dust. A tentative peace settled over the realm like a thin veil of fog over the moors, dampening the sharp edges of old grudges but never quite erasing them. Knights who once brandished swords at each other now clinked tankards together, the metallic clang of armor mixing with the hearty roar of tavern song. The air was thick with the smell of roasting boar, and the faint, lingering perfume of lavender sachets slipped into beds as a peace offering. Yet, beneath the merriment, the nobles exchanged wary glances, each wondering if the queen's new marriage rules would force them to marry strangers as awkwardly as a reality show blind date. The kingdom's heart beat irregularly, a drum roll waiting for the next move in this grand, ever-shifting chessboard of bloodlines. In the years that followed, the noble houses began to sprout branches as diverse as a forest after a fire, their lineages interwoven like a patchwork quilt made from mismatched fabrics. Children born of unions once considered scandalous grew up with eyes that sparkled like fresh coins and tongues sharp enough to cut through court intrigue. Their presence reshaped future alliances, turning former rivals into cousins who could share a joke about the Queen's strict marriage laws over a steaming bowl of stew. Historians later likened this transformation to a medieval version of the Avengers, a ragtag team of once isolated heroes forced to work together for the greater good. As the kingdom marched toward a brighter horizon, the scent of fresh pine and distant sea breezes hinted that even the oldest stones could be softened by the gentle wind of change. The great hall of Aldrich's keep smelled of damp stone and roasting boar, the torches flickering like nervous fireflies. King Aldrich strode across the flagstones, his crimson cloak brushing the cold flagstones with a whisper of silk. Courtiers bowed, their breath fogging the air as they whispered of alliances and the weight of crowns. In the echoing chamber, the king's voice boomed, promising unity through marriage to distant kin. Little did anyone notice the subtle tremor in his hand, a first hint of a fragile bloodline that would later gnaw at the dynasty. When Aldrich sealed his pact with Lady Isolde, a cousin from the mist-shrouded north, the banquet tables groaned under platters of spiced figs and honeyed wine. The clink of goblets sounded like coins dropping into a royal treasury, while gossip swirled like smoke from the hearth. Their union was celebrated with a chorus of minstrels, their lutes strumming a tune that sounded oddly like a medieval remix of a modern pop anthem. Yet each toast masked a quiet irony. The very blood they were mixing carried a hidden flaw, a genetic knot tightening with every kiss. The nobles cheered, unaware they were stitching a tapestry that would soon fray at the seams. Soon after the wedding, the court physician noted a peculiar jut in Aldrich's jaw, a protrusion that made his smile look like a crooked sword. The king's voice grew hoarse, as if he were gargling gravel before each proclamation. Rumors of a Habsburg jaw began to spread, though the name would belong to future generations. The royal blood, thin as parchment, caused bruises to bloom like dark roses after a joust, and fevers rose faster than the castle's chimneys on a winter night. Still, the king laughed heartily, his chuckle echoing off the stone walls like a medieval meme gone viral. Diplomats from neighboring realms arrived, their silks rustling like the pages of a fantasy saga, each bearing gifts of amber and exotic spices. They whispered, "Winter is coming," a phrase that would later haunt a certain TV throne, unaware they were echoing the chill of Aldrich's own looming health crisis. The king, ever the showman, performed a mock sword dance, the clatter of steel against steel sounding like a rock concert in the stone arena. Meanwhile, the hidden flaw slipped through the veins of his offspring, a silent villain more relentless than any invading army. The irony was thick as the incense that perfumed the chambers, sweet on the surface, but choking beneath. As years piled on like the layers of armor in the armory, the crown grew heavier, not just with gold but with the weight of a hereditary curse. Aldrich's descendants inherited the jutting jaw and a blood that cracked under stress, their faces becoming a family trademark that historians would later call a royal selfie filter. The kingdom's banners fluttered over battlefields, yet the true battle raged within the marrow of the royal line. In the end, the stone-walled halls that once echoed with triumphant cheers now whispered of a burden no treaty could lift. The crown's burden, as the chroniclers would later dub it, proved that even the mightiest monarchs can't out-marry a genetic glitch. The marble corridors of the great hall thrummed with gossip like a lute out of tune. Courtiers, draped in silk and suspicion, whispered that the king's children fell sick, as if cursed by an unseen specter. One noblewoman swore she saw the queen clutch her belly, pale as moonlit parchment, while a jester muttered that even the royal dogs sneezed in chorus. The scent of roasting boar mingled with the metallic tang of fresh blood from the chapel's altar, a reminder that life and death dined side by side. Yet every chuckle was hushed when the king's scribe entered, for no one dared let the throne hear its own echo. The court's apothecaries, cloaked in herbs and desperation, began charting each miscarriage like a miser tallying coins. They noted a cruel rhythm. A sudden fever rose in the pregnant duchess, then the babe vanished like mist at dawn. One healer, old as the castle stones, muttered that the blood ran colder than the river in winter, and the scent of rot clung to the linens. Their parchment pages filled with red ink, each drop a tiny scream, while the night air grew heavy with the smell of boiled nettles and fear. Still, they dared not voice the pattern aloud, for the king's ear was as sharp as a sword and twice as unforgiving. When the head physician tried to raise alarm, the chamberlain slammed his gauntlet on the oak table, drowning the man's words in a cascade of clinking metal. "Speak of weakness and the realm will crumble," he snarled, his breath smelling of stale wine and burned incense. The courtiers, eyes darting like sparrows, nodded and turned the conversation to the upcoming tournament, where knights would clash like thunderheads. Behind the tapestry of banners, servants whispered that the king's lineage was a house of cards, but the great doors stayed shut, muffling every sigh. The silence settled like a thick fog over the banquet hall, heavy enough to choke the candlelight. The court silence felt like a bad Wi-Fi signal. Everyone was trying to connect, but the king kept dropping the line. Rumors spread faster than a medieval meme, with some maidens claiming the royal blood was cursed by a rogue wizard who'd missed his Netflix subscription. Even the royal falconer joked that the family's fevers were just spontaneous combustion, but make it medieval, and the birds squawked in agreement. The healers, meanwhile, started labeling the mysterious illness, the crown's bad luck, a name that sounded like a low-budget horror film poster. Yet beneath the jokes, a cold dread settled like damp stone, reminding everyone that a dynasty's downfall often begins with a whispered cough. So the whispers wove through tapestries and stone walls, curling around the chandeliers like smoke from a dying fire. Each hushed syllable carried the weight of a potential rebellion, the scent of fear mixing with the sweet perfume of rose garlands. The royal family, cloaked in velvet and veiled in denial, marched onward, oblivious to the ticking clock hidden in their own veins. In the end, the bloodline's secret became a legend told by bards, a cautionary tale that even kings cannot outrun the rust of their own marrow. And thus, the chapter closes on Whispers of the Bloodline, a story where gossip proved mightier than any sword. When the palace bells rang at dawn, the royal midwife ushered out twin infants swaddled in crimson silk, their cries sharp as a blacksmith's hammer. Prince Leofric emerged with one arm twisted like a pretzel, while Lady Seleni's ankle resembled a gnarled root. The newborn's eyes flickered with a restless fire, as if a storm brewed beneath their tiny lids. Courtiers whispered that the kingdom had been cursed, their breath smelling faintly of incense and stale ale. Yet the scent of fresh-cut rosemary, tradition's protective herb, clung stubbornly to the stone corridors. The court erupted into a frantic chess match, each noble house moving its pieces to claim a pawn of power. Sir Garrick of the Iron Heart, who loved his ale as much as his axe, pledged to mentor Leofric, citing the prince's crooked arm as a sign of rugged bravery. Meanwhile, Lady Marwen of the Silken Veil, whose smile could melt iron, whispered sweet promises to Selene, promising a throne that would bend to her will. The chapel's stained glass glimmered with guilty light, casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the marble floor as schemers plotted. In the background, a lute strummed a melancholy tune, its notes slipping through cracks like mischievous rats. Healers in white robes crowded the royal infirmary, their scalpels gleaming like moonlit knives. Master Aldrich, a physician who favored Latin over lullabies, argued the twins suffered a hereditary flaw, a twisted lineage of consanguineous love that had left a genetic scar. Countering him, the mystic healer Myrle swore the malady was a curse, waving scented herbs that smelled like pine sap and old parchment. Their debate crackled louder than the hearth fire, each side brandishing scrolls and talismans as evidence. The scent of boiled herbs and iron punctured the air, making everyone's throat feel as gritty as sandpaper. Behind velvet curtains, the Red Council convened, its members hunched like conspiratorial hedgehogs. Lord Varick, who prized power the way a gamer treasures high scores, plotted to marry his son to Selene, hoping to cement a bloodline that even a plague couldn't prune. Across the room, the Green Sisters, who practiced herbal magic, plotted to adopt Leofric, believing his twisted arm could be a weapon against rivals. The palace kitchens clanged with pots, the scent of stewing meat mingling with fermented cabbage, as servants whispered rumors like gossiping sparrows. All the while, the twins lay in cradles that smelled of wool and mildew, their erratic temperaments flaring like firecrackers in a cathedral. By the third moon, the kingdom felt the true plague within, an invisible contagion of suspicion, ambition, and whispered curses. The streets thrummed with the clamor of market hawkers, selling cure-all potions that fizzed like soda, while the nobles twirled in grand halls, their laughter echoing like a badly dubbed sitcom laugh track. In a twist worthy of a Netflix drama, the twins, still infants, were declared joint regents, their shaky hands signing decrees that smelled of ink and sweat. The populace, half terrified and half bemused, wondered whether the kingdom would survive the genetic hiccup or collapse under its own melodrama. As the chapel bells chimed, a solitary raven perched on the gargoyle, cawing a warning that perhaps the only true cure was to stop breeding like overly enthusiastic Pokémon trainers. The great oak doors of the Hall of Councils groaned open, spilling cold, stone-cold air into a sea of flickering torchlight. A gaggle of physicians, alchemists, and a few foreign healers, one with a scar shaped like a lightning bolt, shuffled in, their robes rustling like dry leaves. The scent of boiled herbs, burnt incense, and the faint coppery tang of recent blood clung to the vaulted ceiling. In the far corner, the royal physicians perched on velvet cushions, polishing their jeweled medallions as if polishing their reputations. Outside, the rain hammered the castle walls, a percussion that seemed to count down to some inevitable reckoning. Without preamble, the foreign healer slammed a leather-bound ledger onto the polished table, the thud echoing like a judge's gavel. "Explain the cascade of deaths," he barked, eyes flashing brighter than a dragon's eye, and the room fell into a stunned hush. The royal physicians exchanged nervous glances, their practiced smiles cracking like old parchment. One of them, a gaunt man named Master Aldrich, muttered about divine will while the alchemist hissed, "Divine will doesn't smell like rot and rotting flesh." The council's murmurs rose, a low growl that threatened to swallow the whole hall. Finally, the alchemist produced a vellum scroll, its ink smeared with a shade of crimson that looked suspiciously like the king's own blood. He traced a tangled family tree, each branch looping back on itself like a pretzel, revealing that the royal line had been intermarrying for generations. "Inbreeding," he announced, "has turned your noble blood into a genetic roulette wheel, and the odds are currently stacked against you." The royal physicians sputtered, trying to explain away the strange birthmarks and the sudden onset of fevers that smelled like sour milk. A nervous chuckle escaped the foreign doctor, who whispered, "It's like Game of Thrones, but without the dragons, just a lot more sneezing." The revelation ignited the council like a tinderbox in a windstorm, and accusations flared hotter than the hearth's fire. One noble claimed the throne should pass to his cousin, a distant relative whose lineage had somehow avoided the genetic pothole, while another shouted that the crown must be abolished altogether. The royal physicians, now sweating like pigs in a summer pen, pleaded for mercy, promising potions and prayers that smelled of rosemary and desperation. The alchemist, eyes glinting with mischief, suggested a genetic audit, a term he defined on the spot as checking who's got the bad luck gene, like a medieval DNA test, but with more leeches. Laughter, nervous and bitter, rippled through the chamber, a soundtrack of irony in the face of looming disaster. As twilight bled through the stained glass, the council reached a bitter compromise. The throne would be held by whoever could prove a clean bloodline, or else the kingdom would fall into civil war. The air grew thick with the metallic scent of impending battle, and the distant clang of armor sounded like a funeral march for the old dynasty. Outside, peasants whispered of the reckoning, a phrase that now felt less like prophecy and more like a punchline to a cruel joke. Yet amid the gloom, a lone minstrel strummed a lute, singing a bawdy ballad about royal genes gone rogue, and the crowd burst into raucous applause, as if humor could stitch the torn fabric of the realm. The chapter closed on a kingdom teetering between scientific revelation and medieval superstition, a place where a single genetic slip could topple crowns faster than any sword. When a leaner slipped onto the throne, the vaulted hall smelled of incense and wet stone, and the courtiers whispered that the crown weighed like a cursed relic. She stared down at the portrait of her great-grandmother, whose gaunt cheekbones hid a hidden tremor that had plagued the line for generations. Determined to break the pattern, Elinor announced bold marriage reforms, demanding foreign dukes and merchants bring fresh blood into the royal veins. The council grumbled, clutching their goblets of sour mead, while the Queen's herald shouted the new edicts across the courtyard like a medieval town crier on a caffeine high. In the flickering torchlight, the promise of genetic diversity glimmered like a fresh coat of armor against an ancient, invisible foe. Soon the scribes took up quills, their ink dripping like fresh blood onto parchment, and chronicled every awkward stumble and sudden seizure that befell the royal brood. They wove the tale with dark humor, comparing the afflicted princes to dragons that sneezed fire, and the queen's reforms to a wizard's spell gone awry. The chronicler's ink smelled of burnt rosemary and spilled wine, a sensory reminder that history is never clean. Their cautionary verses echoed through the great hall, warning future monarchs that love without variety can turn a dynasty into a genetic echo chamber. Readers later would snicker at the line about a king who coughed up a pearl, not knowing the real horror beneath the glitter. Centuries later, in a lab humming with fluorescent lights, modern geneticists dusted off those dusty chronicles and matched the described symptoms to a handful of stubborn mutations. They sequenced ancient bones, their scalpel blades humming like a medieval lute, and uncovered a faulty copy of the HBB gene, the same culprit behind a medieval form of anemia that made nobles look pale as parchment. The scientists chuckled, noting that the royal curse was nothing more than a single nucleotide slip-up, basically a typo in the kingdom's instruction manual. Their microscopes revealed the same twisted arteries that medieval physicians described as worms in the veins, now identified as clogged iron pathways. The revelation turned myth into data, giving the once mystical curse a scientific voice that could be quoted on a podcast about DNA drama in the Dark Ages. Armed with this new knowledge, scholars compared the medieval saga to a Game of Thrones episode where a family's downfall stems from incestuous intrigue. Only this time the dragons were tiny, faulty proteins. They joked that if the royal family had access to CRISPR, a gene-editing tool that sounds like a sci-fi laser sword, they could have snipped the mutating strand like a barber trimming a shaggy mane. Yet the irony lingered. The very reforms Aliner championed were a medieval version of genetic counseling, a royal version of mix it up, don't marry your cousin's cousin. The court's old apothecary, once mixing herbs that smelled like damp earth and goat cheese, would have been stunned to learn that a simple DNA test could replace his potions. This blend of old-world superstition and new-world science turned the kingdom's tragedy into a cautionary meme about inheritance that even TikTok historians love to remix. In the end, Aliner's legacy healed not through magic, but through the slow grind of history, parchment, and polymerase chain reaction machines. The kingdom's stone walls still echo with the clatter of armor, but now they also reverberate with the quiet click of sequencers, a reminder that every royal bloodline carries a story written in both myth and molecule. Listeners of the tale feel the chill of cold stone, the sour tang of spilled wine, and the bright hope of a future where curses are diagnosed, not feared. As the final chronicler's quill rests, the audience can almost hear the faint rustle of a banner proclaiming science, the new royal physician. And so, the saga of healing the legacy rolls forward, a medieval drama retold in the language of genes, humor, and a dash of pop culture swagger. The mist-shrouded duchy of Valoria clung to the hills like a damp blanket, its stone towers peeking through the fog. Lady Aliner, sharp-witted and quick-tongued, rode the gravel path to the great hall with a notebook of poetry tucked under her arm. Her father, Lord Harcourt, summoned her to the high table, his voice echoing off the tapestries of hunting scenes. He thrust a vellum contract across the oak, demanding she marry her first cousin, Lord Roland, to keep their lands united. The decree crackled like static, and the hall seemed to hold its breath for the clash of duty and desire. The great hall smelled of roasted boar, spilt ale, and the faint rot of damp wool, a sensory cocktail that reminded Eleanor of every feast she'd survived. Harcourt paced before the hearth, gesturing at the map of Valoria where two neighboring fiefs, Harcourt's and Roland's, kissed like reluctant lovers. He warned that a rival count was eyeing the border, ready to slice the duchy in half if the cousins did not bind their bloodlines. Outside, wind rattled the shutters, and a stray raven cackled, as if the heavens were gossiping about the arranged marriage. Eleanor felt the weight of iron gauntlets on her shoulders, though she wore silk, and wondered if she could trade a political alliance for a night of genuine laughter. Eleanor imagined herself on a modern sitcom, dodging awkward family reunions while a laugh track played every time her father mentioned blood ties. She recalled the tales of queens who married cousins and lived happily ever after, only to discover that happily ever after often involved poison-stained lips and whispered betrayals. Her heart thumped like a drum at a battlefield parade, each beat a reminder that love was a luxury she could not afford. She whispered a secret rhyme to the stone gargoyles, hoping they would carry her plea to the gods of fate. Yet the ironclad contract lay on the table, glinting like a sword ready to strike, and Eleanor's resolve hardened like a freshly forged blade. Lord Roland, a tall figure with a scar across his left cheek, entered the hall humming a tune that sounded suspiciously like a medieval version of Eye of the Tiger. He smiled at Eleanor, his eyes twinkling with the same mischievous spark that made peasants whisper about his rumored love affairs with court jesters. Roland knew the marriage would merge their cavalry and grain stores, giving him a strategic edge against the encroaching count. He also sensed the irony of marrying his own blood. If they ever argued, they could literally spill family blood and still claim it was a family dispute. A sudden gust blew the candles, casting flickering shadows that made the ancient tapestries look like they were staging a silent drama about doomed lovers. The night after the council, the courtyard echoed with the clatter of armor and the low moan of a wounded horse, a grim soundtrack to the looming war. Eleanor stood on the battlement, wind whipping her hair, and felt the cold stone bite into her fingertips like a reminder of the choices she could not escape. She caught Roland's gaze across the courtyard. In his eyes flickered a mixture of ambition, affection, and the faint glow of a future she could not yet read. Behind them, the castle's kitchens churned out stew thick with onions and blood, both literal and metaphorical, while servants muttered about the impending union. As the moon rose, casting silver over the mist, Eleanor whispered to the night, "May our blood bind us, but may our hearts not be shackled." The great hall of Castle Ravenshallow thrummed with the clatter of goblets and the scent of roasting boar as Eleanor slipped into her new role as Lady of the North. She wore a gown of deep indigo silk that brushed the stone floor like a midnight river, while courtiers whispered behind jeweled fans. Yet even as the minstrel strummed a jaunty tune reminiscent of a modern pop hit, think Bad Romance on lute, her smile felt as forced as a court jester's grin. The marriage had been arranged in a single night's candlelight, binding her to a cousin twice removed, whose family tree resembled a tangled knot of branches. Eleanor sensed the weight of that knot tightening around her throat, a feeling as uncomfortable as sitting on a throne made of wet moss. By the next dawn, The corridors buzzed with gossip louder than a market full of hawkers selling boiled cabbage. Rumors that the union was incestuous slithered from one lord's mouth to another, each retelling adding a fresh sprinkle of scandal like salt on a steak. Some muttered that Aliner's new husband was her mother's brother's son, a fact that made the castle's tapestries seem to whisper, "Whoa." Family reunions got weird. The scent of damp stone mixed with the sour tang of spilled ale as nobles clinked glasses, daring each other to raise a toast to the most tangled love story since Game of Thrones. Even the resident scribe, a man who could pen a treaty in a single breath, scribbled frantic notes, his ink staining his fingers like fresh blood. Into this mire of scandal strode Countess Mirabelle, a woman whose reputation for sharp wit was as legendary as her collection of exotic cats. She sauntered through the courtyard, her crimson cloak fluttering like a banner of defiance, and offered Aliner a goblet of wine that tasted of bitter herbs and cheap politics. With a smile that could cut glass, Mirabelle whispered to the assembled lords that Aliner's marriage threatened the very bloodline that kept the kingdom's borders secure. The countess's words ricocheted off stone walls, sparking nervous chuckles that sounded like rats scurrying in the pantry. As Mirabelle's allies raised their banners, the air grew thick with the metallic scent of impending conflict, and Aliner felt the floor beneath her shift like a stage set for a Shakespearean tragedy. Alone in her chambers, Aliner stared at the flickering candle flame, its wavering light painting shadows that danced like gossiping sprites on the walls. The scent of lavender sachets did little to mask the sour odor of sweat and fear that clung to her skin, a reminder that power often smells like a horse stable after a rainstorm. She replayed Mirabelle's accusations in her mind, each one a dagger that sang a familiar tune. "You're not fit to lead," a refrain as catchy as a medieval meme. Yet a stubborn ember of defiance sparked within her, hot enough to make the iron hinges of the great doors hiss as if they were sighing in relief. With a sigh that sounded like a windmill creaking in the night, she resolved to confront the scandal head-on, even if it meant exposing the tangled roots of her own family tree. The next council meeting erupted like a thunderstorm, banners snapping and armor clanking as nobles shouted accusations louder than a tavern brawl. Aliner rose, her voice steady as a drumbeat, and laid out the truth of the marriage with the blunt honesty of a medieval fact check. Yes, the kinship was close, but the alliance was forged for peace, not perversion. Mirabelle's smirk cracked under the weight of Aliner's candor, and for a fleeting moment the hall fell silent, save for the distant croak of a raven perched on the battlements. As the sun slipped behind the hills, casting a golden glow that turned the castle's stone to honey, Aliner felt a strange relief, like the first bite of a warm loaf after a long fast. The whispers of discontent faded into a murmur, and though the political tide would still ebb and flow, Aliner walked out with her head held high, ready to rewrite the next chapter of her saga, perhaps with fewer family reunions and more actual romance. The winter wind howled through the stone arches of Valoria, carrying the sickly scent of feverish sweat and stale ale as the Valorian heirs fell one by one to a mysterious illness. Courtiers whispered that the curse lay in the blood, a tangled knot of cousins married for power, like a medieval version of a reality TV love triangle gone wrong. The palace infirmary smelled of boiled herbs and desperation, its walls dripping with condensation that felt like the breath of a dying dragon. Elinor watched the pale faces of the princes twitch, their eyes glazed like overcooked eggs, and felt the weight of a prophecy that sounded suspiciously like a bad horoscope. She swore under her breath that no amount of incense could mask the stench of incestuous miscalculation. Elinor slipped through the marble corridors, her silk sleeves brushing the cold flagstones as she eavesdropped on gossiping nobles. A hushed argument rose from the great hall. If the king's son is his own uncle, does the crown become a family heirloom or a cursed relic? The clatter of goblets and the sharp tang of spilled wine painted a chaotic backdrop to the intrigue. She caught the eye of Lord Marwick, whose grin was as crooked as a pretzel, and he offered a conspiratorial wink. He claimed to have a remedy involving a unicorn's horn, which, of course, was just a fancy way of saying cheese curd. Elinor laughed, the sound echoing off the tapestries, but the irony was bitter. The very people who plotted the marriage now begged for a miracle. Determined to prove the curse wrong, Elinor embarked on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Aelric, hoping the holy water would wash away the taint of kinship. The road was a parade of mud, broken wagon wheels, and the occasional stray goat that bleated like a broken trumpet. At the shrine, the monks offered a broth so thick it clung to the back of her throat like tar, and the air reeked of incense mixed with the sour perfume of rotting herbs. When the priest lifted the sacred chalice, a sudden gust blew out the candles, plunging the sanctuary into a smoky gloom that made the whole affair feel like a low-budget horror movie. The miracle never came. Instead, Elinor returned with a hangover of disappointment and a lingering taste of boiled nettles. Back at court, the clergy seized the moment, draped in black robes that rustled like dry leaves, demanding penance for the royal incest. Bishop Alaric, with a voice as dry as parchment, declared, "The blood is cursed, and the king must atone, lest we all end up on the next season of Game of Thrones, except with fewer dragons and more leeches." The priests marched in, chanting hymns that sounded suspiciously like a Gregorian remix of a pop ballad, while the nobles whispered about excommunication and the price of a good dowry. Elinor faced a council of stern faces, each one smelling faintly of incense and old parchment, and she responded with a wry smile, noting that the only thing more contagious than the disease was the gossip. The irony hung heavy, like a tapestry of moth-eaten silk, as the kingdom prepared for a public act of contrition that would involve fasting, flagellation, and a lot of awkward eye contact. In the end, Elinor chose neither miracle nor martyrdom. She turned the curse into a political weapon, reminding everyone that blood ties can be as fragile as a moth's wing. She ordered a banquet where the dishes were deliberately bland, forcing the court to confront the emptiness of their alliances, while the kitchen wafted aromas of boiled carrots and burnt onions. As the nobles ate in uncomfortable silence, she raised a goblet of sour mead and toasted, "To the curse that taught us humility, and to the future heirs who will marry for love, not for land, unless love comes with a decent dowry, of course." Laughter, hesitant at first, bubbled up like a spring, breaking the tension and the lingering scent of dread. The chapter closed with Elinor stepping onto the balcony, feeling the night breeze on her face, and whispering that perhaps the real curse was the endless cycle of power games, not the blood that ran through their veins. The great hall of Castle Thorne trembled with the clatter of armor and the sour perfume of spilled ale as the council of nobles gathered before dawn. Torches sputtered, casting jittery shadows that danced like nervous courtiers on the stone walls. At the head of the long oak table, Countess Mirabelle perched on a cushion of silk, her smile as thin as a razor blade. The murmur of gossip rose and fell like a medieval rap battle, each whisper a dagger aimed at the throne. Somewhere beyond the stained glass, the first pale light of sunrise threatened to expose every secret hidden in the night. Elena rose, her voice cutting through the din like a war horn, and the hall fell into a stunned silence that could have been measured in heartbeats. She brandished a bundle of cracked parchment, the ink still smelling of pine resin and desperation, and shouted, "Enough!" The letters she unfolded crackled like old parchment gossip, each word a tiny explosion of betrayal. She read aloud the damning confession of Mirabelle's secret marriage to her own cousin, a union that would have made even Game of Thrones blush. The nobles gasped, some clutching their goblets, others clutching their throats, as the truth spilled like blood on the floor. The letters revealed a web of political machinations, so tangled that even a spider would have asked for a map. Mirabelle had promised the eastern fief to a distant ally in exchange for a cache of poisoned honey. Yes, honey that would make a dragon vomit. Eleanor's eyes glittered with ironic triumph, recalling how Mirabelle once bragged about playing chess with destiny, only to discover she'd been moving the pieces herself. The council members, now drenched in the stench of betrayal and stale sweat, shuffled their feet, their polished boots squeaking like nervous mice. A lone minstrel in the corner strummed a mournful tune that sounded suspiciously like the opening bars of a modern pop ballad, adding a surreal soundtrack to the drama. At that very moment, the dying heir, Prince Aldrich, slumped forward, his breath a ragged whisper that sounded like wind through cracked shutters. He clutched Eleanor's hand, his fingers cold as the stone floor, and whispered, "Choose the kingdom, not the crown." The council froze, the echo of his last gasp hanging heavy, like the smell of iron after a battlefield. Eleanor felt the weight of the moment press against her chest, a mix of grief and fierce resolve that made her heart pound like a war drum. With a sudden, decisive gesture, she tore the heir's seal from his chest, declaring the lands would be divided among the people, not hoarded by a single bloodline. The decision sent shockwaves through the hall. Some nobles shouted curses while others cheered, their voices blending into a chaotic chorus of triumph and terror. Mirabelle's face turned the color of wilted lavender, and she fled the chamber, slipping on a spilled goblet of mead and landing with a thud that sounded like a medieval meme. When you think you're safe, but the plot twists you. As dawn broke fully, golden light flooded the hall, washing away the gloom and revealing a new order sprouting like fresh wheat after a harsh winter. Eleanor stood tall, the scent of pine resin and fresh bread mingling in the air, and declared, "Let this be the reckoning at dawn, where old sins are burned and new futures are forged." The council, now humbled and a little hungover, bowed to the promise of change, their laughter echoing like distant thunder across the valley. Eleanor stands on the cold stone balcony, the wind tugging at her tattered veil, her once bright eyes now rimmed with the ash of loss. The scent of burnt incense and damp earth clings to her cloak like a reminder of the siege that took her husband and left her with a scar that runs the length of her cheek. She watches the river below churn with mud and fish, hearing the distant clang of blacksmiths hammering new swords for a future she never asked for. In the flicker of torchlight, she sees the ghost of her son's laughter, a cruel echo that makes her smile like a cracked mask. Yet even as grief gnaws, a steely resolve hardens in her chest, ready to barter the duchy's fate with a marriage she will never have to consummate herself. When the emissary from the distant county of Lothar arrives, his boots squelch in the mud, and his tongue drips with honeyed promises of alliance. Elinor, scarred but sharp, proposes a union for her surviving daughter. No blood kiss with a cousin, but a distant match that will stitch the fractured borders together. The council murmurs, half in awe, half in suspicion, as if they were watching a medieval version of a reality show blind date. She laughs, a short, bitter sound, and says, "If we keep marrying our own shadows, we'll end up like a family tree shaped like a pretzel, twisted and impossible to eat." The emissary bows, his eyes widening at the irony of a woman who once wed her brother-in-law, now refusing to repeat the same script. Back in the great hall, Elinor summons the nobles and scribes, the air thick with the smell of spilled wine and old parchment. She drafts a set of reforms that bar consanguineous unions, sealing each clause with a wax stamp that smells of rosemary and iron. The elders scoff, comparing her edicts to the plot twists of Game of Thrones, but she retorts that at least her drama won't end in a dragon breath plague of inbreeding. A nervous clerk drops his quill, and the clatter rings like a warning bell across the vaulted ceiling. By the time the ink dries, the new law glints like a fresh sword, promising to cut the tangled roots that once strangled the duchy's lineage. Spring rolls over the valley, and the fields awaken with the scent of fresh rye and the low hum of bees buzzing over wildflowers. Market stalls burst with the chatter of merchants hawking honeyed figs, while the blacksmith's forge roars like a dragon that finally learned to breathe clean fire. Villagers who once whispered about cursed bloodlines now speak of festivals, their laughter spilling into the night like spilled ale. Elinor walks these streets incognito, feeling the warm mud squish between her boots and the soft brush of a child's hand on her sleeve. The duchy heals, not in grand proclamations, but in the quiet moments when a mother's lullaby drifts over a thatched roof, stitching hope into every thatched shingle. As the sun sets behind the castle towers, Elinor watches the horizon bleed orange, a reminder that every ending fuels a new beginning. She knows the cautionary tale she's woven will echo through generations, a story mothers will tell their daughters over cracked mugs of mead. Future nobles might scroll through her reforms on glowing tablets, muttering, "May the force be with us, so we don't repeat the same family drama," and she would smile at that pop culture prayer. The scar on her cheek catches the dying light, turning it into a badge of survival rather than a mark of shame. With a final breath of cool night air, she whispers to the wind, "Let our legacy be forged in wisdom, not in the tangled vines of kin," and the duchy listens. The sun bled orange over Eldoria's stone walls as King Alaric paced the great hall, his boots echoing against the cold flagstones like a drumbeat of dread. Torches sputtered, casting jittery shadows that danced over tapestries depicting dragons and dead kings. Alaric's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, flicked to the empty throne beside him, feeling the weight of a crown that had been stitched together with whispered oaths. He knew the kingdom's peace was as fragile as a spider's web after a storm, and his mind churned with a plan as bold as a knight charging a dragon. Behind the vaulted ceiling, a rustle of silk hinted at a secret that had lingered in the royal blood for generations. When the envoy from House Varin arrived, bearing a goblet of spiced wine that smelled of cinnamon and regret, Alaric seized the moment. He announced his intention to bind his first cousin, Princess Muriel, to the Varin heir, Lord Caelan, in a marriage that would seal the shaky alliance like wax on a candle. Muriel, with hair the color of midnight wheat, stared at the proclamation while the scent of fresh roses from the courtyard mingled with the metallic tang of armor. The courtiers gasped, some clutching their goblets as if fearing the liquid might turn to blood. Alaric raised his hand, the scar on his knuckle catching the torchlight, and declared that love was a luxury the kingdom could not afford. The whispers began that night, slithering through corridors like rats after a cheese feast. Old Merwin, the royal herbalist, muttered about the ancient blood pact, a cursed covenant inked in the marrow of the first king, binding his line to itself for eternity. She warned that each cousin marriage added a new thread to a tapestry that could soon become a choking noose. A jester, ever the opportunist, cracked a joke about the royal family playing a game of Who's Your Daddy? That made even the stone statues grin. Yet beneath the laughter, a sour smell of mildew rose from the crypts, reminding everyone that death was already nibbling at the edges of the throne. Weeks after the wedding, Muriel's cheeks flushed a strange, sallow hue, and a rash of tiny, beetle-black spots blossomed across her forearms like a midnight constellation. Caelan complained of headaches that throbbed in rhythm with the court drums, and his one strong voice cracked like a poorly tuned lute. The palace kitchen staff whispered that the stew tasted of iron, and the stables reeked of sweat and something oddly sweet, like overripe figs left to rot. Physicians, clutching their scrolls, muttered about the royal inbreeding curse, a phrase that sounded like a bad fantasy novel subtitle. Even the palace cats seemed to avoid the couple's chambers, as if the very air carried a faint, sour odor of decay. Despite the growing gloom, Alaric strutted through the courtyard, his cloak billowing like a superhero's cape, proclaiming that Eldoria would rise stronger than a phoenix on a caffeine binge. He toasted to the new dynasty, a phrase that sounded suspiciously like a marketing slogan for a medieval reality show. The courtiers, half amused and half terrified, raised their cups, the clink of metal echoing the ticking of an unseen clock counting down to the next scandal. Little did they know that the ancient blood pact would tighten its grip, turning love-filled vows into a genetic roulette wheel spun by fate itself. And so the crown's secret pact slid into legend, a cautionary tale whispered to children about the perils of marrying your cousin. Unless, of course, you enjoy surprise dragon-scale freckles. The newlywed king and queen cradled their first babe in a tapestry-lined cradle, and the court buzzed like a hive of gossiping sparrows. Courtiers swore they saw the infant's skin glow with a ghostly pallor, as if the sun itself had taken a sick day. The royal midwife whispered prayers over steaming bowls of herbal broth, while the castle kitchens clanged with the clang of copper pots. Outside, the moon cast a thin, silver blade across the moat, turning the water into liquid mercury. Even the castle cats seemed to tiptoe on tiptoes, as if fearing to disturb a secret too heavy to bear. Within days, the palace corridors filled with a strange perfume, half incense, half the sour stink of rotting fruit, that clung to the tapestries and the nobles' robes alike. Lords and ladies began to pale, their cheeks turning the color of wilted lettuce, and sudden fevers broke out like fireworks on a stormy night. A lingering melancholy settled over the great hall, a hush that made the harpist's strings sound like sighs. Servants whispered that the air tasted of iron and old parchment, while the hearth's fire crackled a mournful lullaby. Even the court jester, who could usually turn a spilled wine barrel into a riot, stared at his own reflection and muttered, "I feel like a Wi-Fi signal in a stone wall, weak and disconnected." Word of the royal malaise slipped beyond the palace walls faster than a messenger on a greased horse. Neighboring lords, sipping their own mead, raised eyebrows and eyebrows, questioning whether love in the bloodline was a clever plot or a medieval version of a reality show disaster. The Duke of Westmark sent a raven with a scroll that read, "Your heirs look like they belong in a horror movie, not a dynasty." The Countess of Greyhaven, never one for subtlety, muttered that the couple's union resembled a bad sequel to Game of Thrones, where the dragons die and the blood runs thin. Murmurs grew into outright debates in the market squares, where bakers kneaded dough while kneading out their doubts about the crown's genetics. Inside the stone chambers, the scent of boiled nettles mixed with the sharp tang of spilled ale, creating a cocktail that could make a seasoned night gag. Servants scrubbed the marble floors with brine, their hands raw, while the royal physician, a man who looked like he'd been carved from a wooden mannequin, prescribed leeches and lullabies. The queen, draped in a gown of midnight velvet, brushed a trembling hand over the infant's forehead, feeling a chill that reminded her of the first frost on a winter's eve. Ironically, the court's resident minstrel sang a jaunty tune about royal blood runs hot, yet the audience swayed like wilted flowers in a drought. Even the castle's ancient stone walls seemed to sigh, as if the very foundation were coughing up dust. By the time the moon rose full and fat over the battlements, the palace had become a theater of whispered curses and half-hearted prayers. The king, once a roaring lion on the field, now shuffled like a tired cat chasing a phantom mouse. The courtiers, eyes glazed with a mix of fear and curiosity, watched the royal family's shadow stretch across the cold stone, wondering if the hollow whispers would become a scream. In the end, the tale of the inbred heirs would be told in taverns as a cautionary legend, a reminder that even the mightiest blood can turn sour when it circles back on itself. And somewhere in the distant hills, a lone minstrel strummed a lute, humming a tune that sounded suspiciously like a warning. "Don't play with fire unless you're ready to get burned." Para bidden Kerjan, yang dulu dilualukan kini, berdiri seperti padang lilin, yang dipajang di kapel jelap. Marika menatap, tuba mungal sang kembar, Prince Leofric dan Lady Selene, yang sejak lahir membawa anggota, tuba berpelin dan jarak temperamental. Beberapa bersumpa bawa jeritan pertama mereka, terdengar bukan seperti Tengiz Bay, melainkan seperti dua serigala yang berebut bulan. Istana Punsikan menahan napas, karena setiap detik, yang luat menambah desas-desus, tentang darah Kerjan, yang sudah kara sebelum mengkapai generasi ini. Di ruang pertemuan, para bangsawan berbicara dengan lidah dua mata, berpura-pura memberi doa namun dalam hati menghitung peluang. Pangeran Kessel dengan tangan kaku itu dipandang sebagai pion politik. Sementara sang putri, yang menangis tanpa henti hingga lilin berjetar, dianggap kutukan berjalan. Faksi demi faksi merangkai siasat seperti penjahit, yang menambil jubah sobek. Berharap bisa mengambil kendali, atas takhta yang kini tampak, lebih rapat daripada kakak berdibu. Para tabib berdebat kiras, suaranya bergema seperti pedang beradu di ruang berlapis batu. Sebajan Bersikaras Bawa Inai, Adala Warasan Dara Yang Meniampit Seperti Sungai Yang Tersambat. Hassel dari Pernikahan Keluarga Yang Terlalu, Sering Menutup Pintu Pada Dunia Luar. Sebajan Lagi Menunjuk Langit Malam Yang Pena Badai, Dan Bersumpa Bawa Roro Lama Tela Menarakudak Pada Bayi Itu. Ramuan, Doa, Dan Jampi Dibakakan, Naman Tuba Mungal Para Puaris Hanya Mengjaliat Seperti Bonka, Ku Dengan Sendi Ratak. Di Pasar, Rakyat Gelata Membakarakan Kabar Inai Sambal, Menimbang Kentang Dan Menumbuk Gandam. Marika Membandinkan Kelahuran, Sangkembar Dengan Kissa, Dinjang Yang Barakir Buruk. Dimana Karajan Runta Karana Kesarakahan Dara Buru. Parapedigang Bakan Mulai Mensatak Rodi Burbentuk Aine. Dengan Tangan Melingkung. Sebagai Sindaran Pahit. Anakanak Burlari di Jalan Sambil Burmain. Raja Pinkang. Permanen Baru Yang Menertawakan Kelamahan Istana. Sementara Itu. Malam Demi Malam. Istana Dipnuhi Bayangan Panjang Yang Menari Seperti Tinta Tumpa di Dinding. Raja Dan Ratu Duduk Berjaga. Wajamarika Tampak Lebi Tua dari Lilin Yang Mengker di Altar. Marika Tahu, Kelahuran Inai Bukan Sekadar Ujian Keluarga. Tetapi Pembuka Pintu Pada Zaman Baru Yang Berlumur Intrik. Di Luar Tembak. Burung Gagak Berputer, Siala Menyungu Isyarat Untuk Mengabarkan Pada Selura Nejari. Dara Karjan, Kini Tsela. Menjadi Tekateki, Yang Lebi Meniaramkan Darapada Peperangan. The once proud banners of the House of Ardent fluttered over a throne room that now smelled of stale wine and unwashed feet. King Alaric, whose lineage traced back to a tangled web of cousin marriages, stared at his reflection and saw a stranger with eyes like cracked amber. Each decree he issued grew more erratic, as if the crown itself were a cursed Wi-Fi router that kept dropping his signal. He ordered the baker to knead dough with horsehair and the blacksmith to forge swords out of melted pewter, delighting in the chaos like a medieval tick-tock prank. The court whispered that the king's mind was fraying, a tapestry unraveling from the very blood that stitched it together. Word of the king's madness spread faster than a plague of rats in the market, and his younger brother, Prince Rowan, seized the moment with the enthusiasm of a cat spotting a laser pointer. He rallied disgruntled knights, tavern keepers, and even the town's resident jester, who promised to replace the king's crown with a rubber chicken for good measure. The rebels marched through mud-slick streets, their boots squelching and their banners snapping in the wind like old vinyl records. Rowan's war cry, "No more royal nonsense," echoed off the stone walls, a punchy slogan that would make a modern superhero's rallying call sound tame. The irony was thick, a blood-bound sibling leading a rebellion against the very blood that made him royalty. The siege of the capital began at dawn, when the first catapults hurled flaming pumpkins over the city walls, their orange glow painting the sky like a medieval fireworks show. Inside, the palace courtyards filled with the acrid scent of burnt pitch and the metallic tang of blood from hastily fought skirmishes. Alaric, perched atop his crumbling throne, barked orders that sounded more like a broken music box playing the same note over and over. Soldiers on both sides slipped on the slick, blood-soaked stones, their cries mixing with the clatter of armor and the occasional, oddly timed lute riff from a desperate minstrel. As the walls trembled, the kingdom's future seemed as fragile as a souffle in a windstorm. When the main gate finally gave way, the palace interior became a cacophony of shouts, clanging steel, and the unmistakable wail of a wounded horse. Its breath a ragged gasp like a dying dragon. The royal chambers, once lavish with silk tapestries, now reeked of sweat, fear, and a lingering hint of the king's favorite incense. Sandalwood mixed with something decidedly less fragrant. Echoes bounced off marble arches, carrying the desperate pleas of a lineage on the brink of extinction, as if the very stones were weeping. Even the chandeliers, heavy with dust, swayed like nervous spectators at a reality TV showdown. In that moment, the House of Ardent felt the weight of centuries of inbreeding, a genetic punchline that left the bloodline bruised and broken. The final blow fell not from a sword, but from a simple, stubborn declaration. "Enough!" shouted Rowan, his voice cutting through the chaos like a meme that finally goes viral. Alaric collapsed onto the cold floor, his crown slipping off and clattering like a dropped smartphone, the sound oddly satisfying in its finality. The rebels seized the throne, but instead of a triumphant feast, they found only a hollow seat and a lingering smell of rotting feasts past. The broken throne stood as a grim reminder that power built on twisted kinship is as unstable as a house of cards in a hurricane. As the sun set, casting a blood-red hue over the ruined capital, the people whispered that perhaps the true villain had always been the family tree itself. When the last ember of Eldoria's cursed fire sputtered out, the surviving nobles gathered beneath a sky bruised with ash. They swore on cracked chalices to break the blood-tangled chain that had doomed their kin, vowing never again to wed a cousin or a second cousin once removed. The new dynasty rose like a sapling from a battlefield, its banners stitched with a single white rose, pure, unblemished, and oddly reminiscent of a wedding cake frosting gone rogue. The air smelled of wet stone and fresh parchment as scribes drafted the charter, their quills scratching like restless mice in a dark cellar. Laughter, thin and nervous, echoed off the ruined walls, a reminder that even in tragedy, humanity clings to hope like a cat to a laser pointer. Eldoria's ruins still stand, a jagged silhouette against the dawn, its towers leaning like drunk giants after a night of too much mead. Vines creep through broken arches, whispering the sighs of generations that once strutted in silk and steel, now reduced to mossy stone and the occasional rat with a crown of trash. The wind carries the metallic tang of rusted armor and the sour rot of forgotten feasts, a sensory punch that makes even the hardiest knight wince. Travelers pause at the shattered gate, feeling the chill of centuries of misfortune crawl up their spines, as if the castle itself were coughing up the ghosts of its own folly. In that grim tableau, the ruins serve as a stone-cold reminder that inbreeding is a curse that stains more than just a family tree. It stains the very ground beneath your feet. Chroniclers, those medieval tick-tokers with ink-stained fingers, set to work documenting the disaster with a blend of dread and dark humor. Their scrolls crackle with vivid accounts. A duke who coughed up hair like a bad wig, a princess whose laughter sounded like a rattling coffin lid, and a court jester who tried to sell anti-inbreeding potions that smelled suspiciously of goat cheese. They peppered their narratives with cautionary verses, each line a warning louder than a town crier shouting about a dragon sighting. The ink, mixed with the bitter taste of bile from a sickly air, left a sour aftertaste on the tongue of anyone who dared to read aloud. Their records, preserved in damp vaults, now serve as the medieval equivalent of a spoiler alert for any future royal matchmaking. Irony dripped from the new dynasty's celebrations like honey from a busted beehive, sweet at first, then sticky and inevitable. They threw a banquet so lavish that even the court chef whispered, "We're feeding a crowd that can't possibly reproduce without a genetic disaster hotline." Guests raised goblets of spiced wine, toasting to purity of line, while a minstrel in the corner sang a parody of a popular ballad, swapping love verses for "Avoid Your Cousin's Cousin." The scene felt like a medieval version of a reality TV confession. Think The Real Housewives of Westeros, but with more leeches and fewer makeup tutorials. Yet amid the jest, a palpable tension crackled, like static before a storm, as everyone wondered whether the vow would hold longer than a season of any binge-watchable saga. As the years unfurled, the new house proved that restraint could be as fierce as any sword swing, their marriage tables populated by distant kin and foreign nobles who brought exotic spices and fresh gossip. Children were born with clear eyes and fewer strange ailments, their laughter ringing through the halls like bells that had finally been freed from a cursed chime. The ruins of Eldoria, now overgrown with wildflowers, became a pilgrimage site where scholars knelt, inhaling the sweet scent of redemption and the sour whiff of old curses. Future generations, hearing the tale, learned that a royal bloodline is not a super-powered family tree, but a fragile vine that can wilt under the weight of its own roots. And so, the echo of that cursed line fades, replaced by the hopeful hum of a kingdom that finally learned to look beyond the mirror and see the world beyond its own reflection.